Good. So, good morning, everybody. Great to see you all here on this second day and first full day of the 2024 IPI World Congress and Media Innovation Festival here in Sarajevo. My name is Scott Griffin. I'm IPI's Deputy Director, and I'll be emceeing some of this morning's sessions together with my colleague Ryan Powell. And we just wanted to give you kind of a joint welcome this morning as we head through this packed, but I think very interesting day. I know that we had a very powerful and thought-provoking and poignant opening yesterday evening. I'm sure everyone agrees. Two very important discussions about journalism in the siege of Sarajevo and war reporting 30 years ago, as well as, of course, the ongoing situation for journalists and journalist safety in Gaza. And you know, the idea of journalist safety really as one of the biggest challenges of our time. And the program over the next few days is meant to now really open up the discussion and dive into a number of other key issues that are crucial to discuss for our profession, for press freedom, for human rights more broadly. We're going to be talking about courage and resilience in journalism. We're going to be talking about big tech. We're going to be talking about the climate crisis. We're going to be talking about innovation. We're going to be talking about AI. So there's really a lot on the agenda. We're really happy to have all of you here. I just want to give you a very brief logistical information. So this is one of our main halls. We actually have five rooms over the course of the next 2 days. You'll hopefully see that all on the program in different colors. But I just want to orient you a little bit. We have the Congress Hall, which is here. We have the Holiday Hall downstairs, which is another sort of plenary room. And we have 3 workshop rooms / film screening rooms. 2 of them are downstairs, the Drina Hall, which is where the film screenings will take place, Neretva Hall, which is where some of the workshops will take place, and we have the Uno Hall, where some side meetings will take place. If you have any questions about where things are taking place, don't hesitate to ask me or any of the other IPI staff. And we will be going today until about 5 p.m. We have lunch at 1:30. And also at lunch, I just want to flag for anyone who's an IPI member, we will be having the IPI General Assembly, which is an opportunity for IPI members to come together, get to know one another, and also vote on IPI resolutions, as well as other vote in the IPI elections for the board and on the budget. So we hope to see all of our IPI members there. And then at 5 p.m. today, we'll all be jointly heading out to the building of the public broadcaster of Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we will have the award ceremony for this year's IPI IMS World Press Freedom Hero Award and the Free Media Pioneer Award. So as soon as today's sessions, and we'll be announcing this again throughout the day and at the end of the final session, we would ask you all to head to the lobby outside, where we'll have buses waiting to take you over to the public broadcaster building. So that's just a brief logistical overview. I'd like to pass it over now to my colleague Ryan Powell, who's going to talk us through some of the sessions today related to media innovation and give us a quick preview. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Scott, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Sarajevo. Wonderful to see you all here. You know, I really couldn't help but think and reflect on yesterday's conversation as a wonderful entry into discussing navigating crises, going back to the siege of Sarajevo, then leading into the most present crisis in journalism, especially in Gaza. And the chair of IPI's board, Khadija Patel, sent it really home for me when thinking about the concepts of media innovation. She said, refresh what journalism is for. This to me was a bit of a call to action. And for me, it's a really interesting proposition because, you know, building this media innovation program and exploring kind of what this practice is all about, creating space for experimentation, creating space for discovery of new ideas, rethinking and adapting to developments in technology, you know, understanding more what your audience needs, what their pain points are, exploring what your editorial strategy is, and really adapting how you pay for your journalism, especially as consumer behavior around the world changes so rapidly and so often. And today we've really, hopefully I would like to think, adapted to this call to think about refreshing what journalism is for. We'll start off the conversation today exploring methods for how to pay for investigative journalism. We've heard a lot in the past about the role of donors, the role of philanthropy in supporting investigative journalism, but today I really wanted to focus the conversation on some of the innovative methods that people are taking to really leverage their own data, their own reporting, their own audience to find alternative ways to make that monetization strategy more sustainable. We'll be looking at artificial intelligence and why it's so important for journalism today to be as distinctive as possible, to make sure that as generative AI is churning out content on anything we ask it to do, that the journalism out there is trusted and perseveres through this moment. We'll be looking into how media are innovating through crisis. So obviously really focusing on the theme here, but given the range of sudden and protracted crises, obviously we see Sudan, we see Gaza, but there's also protracted crisis, climate change. How are media companies innovating and building resilient strategies to navigate through this, but also turning them into opportunities? We'll be today also launching a revenue roadmap, which is there to demystify concepts in business and strategy for newsrooms themselves. And tomorrow we'll be having a couple of interesting conversations, one on audience technology. This is looking at how media companies are building new forms like chatbots and knowledge management systems to be able to engage with their audiences, build relationships, and manage that first-party data that in the wake of changes in technology and platforms, we're really able to own the relationships that we have with our audiences. As well as a really interesting panel on bursting bubbles. This is a series of feminist media companies who will be discussing how they're reaching audiences outside of their immediate community and why that initiative is so important, but also increasingly very successful for each of them. So that's a very quick highlight. I just wanted to really, close my introduction by saying, we've put a lot of energy into bringing a fascinating group of people, editors, journalists, experts, funders, organizations that are honestly doing amazing work in every corner of the globe. If you find someone interesting on a panel that you would like to talk to, go up to them afterwards. We've created an environment where it's very open. We have space for discussions, for chatter, build networks, find partnerships. This is really what we create this space for, to learn, to communicate, to network, to see what we can't do to, as Khadija Patel said, refresh journalism for today and for tomorrow. So that's a very brief overview of things media innovation that we'll be hearing about the next couple of days. This is not the last you'll be hearing from me, but I'll leave it to Scott Griffin now to briefly introduce the press freedom panels that we'll be learning from the next couple of days. But thank you for coming all this way, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. So yeah, Ryan's given a brief introduction to some of the panels that are focusing on media innovation, the future of media. And additionally to that, we'll be having a number of panels today that focus on press freedom and the threats that journalists face around the world. We talked obviously a lot about that yesterday in terms of the situation in Gaza, but we know that around the world there are so many crises, so many regions where journalism is under threat, where independent journalism is under repression, or where journalists are struggling to do their jobs in the face of conflict. And this morning at 9:30, that'll be just starting in a few minutes downstairs in the holiday hall. We have a special session on crisis and resilience, where we're going to be hearing from journalists from Hong Kong, from Ukraine, from Sudan, and Myanmar to really shed a light on some situations which, in some cases, have become forgotten crises, where global attention has faded. And where we want to learn from these journalists what they face, but also how we can continue to shine a light on these situations and support them. We'll be talking today as well about big tech and thinking about how we secure the future of public interest journalism, and how we put ourselves and put journalism in the driver's seat when it comes to conversations about big tech and its relationship to media. We'll also be talking about cybercrime laws and lawfare and the ways in which governments are using so-called cybercrime laws as a tool of oppression against independent media, and sort of the steps that we can take as journalism and civil society to push back against that. In the afternoon, we have a couple of really important conversations. One will be looking at the role of journalists in investigating war crimes and human rights abuses. We have really an important lineup of journalists from Myanmar, from the Philippines, from Ukraine, and from Israel, as well as here from Bosnia and Herzegovina, talking about their own experiences. And then finally, we'll be discussing one of the other great global crises that we face, which is the climate and environmental crisis. And IPI has really been sort of leading this conversation. We published two really important reports on journalism and the climate crisis. And this afternoon we have journalists from Nigeria, from Turkey, from here in Bosnia, as well as other experts on climate to help us understand the threats that journalists face covering this beat, but also how we can support them and ensure that stories on climate and the environment reach audiences and help us think about how we solve and address the climate crisis. So that's a very brief preview. I want to echo Ryan's words, thanking you for being here in Sarajevo today. This is, we have over 400 people registered for the Congress, which is a big number. We have a lot of people from around the world, and this is a really important place to come together and think about how we address the many challenges that we face as journalists, as a media freedom community, and solve those questions together. So thank you again for being here, and I want to just once again, so we have a panel that will be in this room starting in about 5 to 10 minutes on investigative journalism's profit puzzle, solving that profit puzzle, while downstairs in the holiday hall in parallel to that will be the session on crisis and resilience, upholding press freedom, so the one that I just described with speakers from Hong Kong, Sudan, Myanmar, and Ukraine. So, join the session that is most interesting to you, and we'll be kicking off both sessions in between 5 to 10 minutes. So thank you very much. I wish you all a thought-provoking and interesting day. Thanks again for being here in Sarajevo.
Yes, I brought a lot of jackets, and I'm
It's actually quite nice.
So basically, we will have three slides, and she'll see it here as well. Like this mirrors that. Okay, so it just as well. Then you will be first.
how long is it? 1 hour and 15.
So once nobody else has slides. Oh, okay. Nobody's loaded up.
What's up?
She's got slides. Nobody else has.
I thought we're told not to have slides.
That was the
But
idea.
she wanted to.
She wanted a graphic to just show.
Okay.
Brief slides to visually back up her numbers.
But we were told not to have slides, so I didn't do it.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's better that way.
Better not to have.
But it's nice to have slides.
Good morning, everyone, again. So I'll be emceeing some of the innovation panels today and tomorrow, and I'm really excited to kick off the World Congress and Media Innovation Festival on day 2 with a really fascinating panel. We've been able to convene, honestly, some of the most impressive people in media and investigative journalism that I could come up with, and are really kind of pushing the boundaries of what it means to build resilient business models to kind of drive the conversation about how to pay for investigative journalism. And with this, we'll have Bilal Randare, the Director of Media Programs at the Media Development Investment Fund, moderating a panel on investigative journalism called Investigative Journalism's Profit Puzzle, Going Beyond Breaking Even. And with that, I will hand it over to Bilal, and I hope you enjoy the first session of day 2. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Ryan. Good morning, everyone. So first off, what I'd like to do is just get a show of hands to see if anyone, I know Ryan's probably not going to like this, but just a show of hands to see if anyone disagrees with what we're aiming to discuss here, whether investigative journalism should generate revenue. Any strong believers that this should be funded by different, other than commercial revenue streams? No? Okay. They had a hand? Okay, at least one hand. We're not going to, 2 hands, great. 3, okay, and it's all the familiar faces. Thanks, guys, thanks. So what we're going to do is the session is split up into 3 parts. Firstly, we're going to get to know about the panel, what they've accomplished, the organizations, how they're doing things, how they're trying to solve this puzzle. Then we'll go into a bit of discussion with yourselves as the audience. And in the last 15 minutes, we'll try and round up with common areas that we all agree on. What I'm hoping for as the success of this panel is that the discussions don't end at 10:45 when the panel ends. That over the next 2 days we continue these discussions, and ideally for those who can, we continue these discussions even back when we're at home with our organizations, because it's an ongoing challenge. So let me now introduce myself. Thanks, Ryan, for mentioning. So I'm with MDIF, that's the Media Development Investment Fund. We've been around for over 25 years investing in media companies. I've been, until quite recently, focused on Africa and the Middle East. But since the last 2 months, I'm looking at media programs globally. My background, I come from a finance background. I was with KPMG for a number of years, unfortunately. Hated my life, decided I needed to do something better, and studied journalism. Joined Al Jazeera, where I was for a number of years, and then ran a startup before I joined MDF. So for me, joining MDF is combining these 3 very different careers, which I think adds a specific type of value, because looking at old problems, new ways through a new lens. I'm going to move on straight to Alina on my left from Recorder. Alina, you can please introduce yourself and your organization.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alina Podoraru. I'm the executive manager of Recorder Community Association, the NGO that oversees donations for Recorder. I joined the team 3 months after the project was launched. I was the first intern at Recorder, and I started as a full-time journalist. I reported on social issues, on human rights, on poverty, and I've also documented video investigations into sexual abuse. And since 2020, I've been trying to balance my journalism work with a role of fundraiser and management at the Recorder Community Association. And a few things about Recorder. Recorder is an independent video publication based in Bucharest, Romania. It was founded in 2017 by a group of 4 young journalists, and now we're 25 people in the team. We produce deep dive video investigations, documentaries, and short stories that reach millions of people. Our content is 100% free, and our business model is based on donations. And please, the next slide, because I would like to show you a chart of yeah, it's incomplete, unfortunately, but the biggest slice consists in donations from the individuals, both singular and recurring donations. The next one consists in sponsorships from private companies that choose to redirect, that choose to apply to a fiscal facility that allow them to redirect 20% of their taxes per profit to an NGO. The green slice consists in grants, and the smallest slice consists in advertising. Almost 90% of our revenues consist in donations, both from individuals, companies, and grants, and advertising is the smallest amount. And in the first 2 or 3 years at Recorder, this chart was looking a lot different, of course, because our main sources of income consisted in advertising, and this shift from advertising to donations was, of course, intentional, and it was a consequence of the enormous support we received from our audience, but it was also our belief that investigations should be financed from donations. We are very lucky to have a very loyal community of donors. We managed to do all these things because we managed to build this very loyal community. We have almost 10,000 people that support us with a recurring donation every month on different platforms, on YouTube membership, on Patreon, on Braintree, and on PayPal. The average donation is around 8 euros, and we have an annual budget of more than 1 million euros.
Thank you. Was there another slide? No.
Yes, but
We'll come back.
Keep
Okay,
it for
so
the
we
next
can go back to the original slide, please. While we're doing that, Ron, good to see you again. Ron and I go way back when I was a journalism student about 20 years ago. Yep. Ron's with the AP now. Please, can you introduce yourself and a bit about what you're doing currently?
Sure. Thank you. And good morning, everybody. Thank you all for getting up and attending this session so early. Again, my name is Ron Nixon. I am a Vice President for News, Investigations, Enterprise Partnerships, and Grants at the Associated Press. The Associated Press has been around for a fairly short period of time. It was founded in 1846, sorry. By a number of newspapers. So 1846, that's only 178 years, so relatively new. Started by 5 newspapers in New York to cover the Mexican-American War and pool their resources. Today, it is a cooperative that is made up of its members, newspapers, television stations, the like, in the United States with staffers in all 50 states. And it has customers around the world. And we have offices in 250 locations around the world and based in 100 companies. Based in 100 countries, sorry. So I, as the title implies, I oversee the investigative team and enterprise team that does deeper dives, but not with the same type of accountability as the investigative team. I also oversee partnerships with other news outlets, among other things. One of those partnerships resulted in an Academy Award, an Oscar, and a BAFTA this year for the film that you'll actually, hopefully, come and see tomorrow night, 20 Days in Mariupol. And I also oversee our philanthropic efforts in the newsroom, working with our development team on the corporate finance side. And lastly, I oversee something that's called AP Productions. This is a production unit that works with Hollywood studios, podcasters, documentary filmmakers to turn our investigations and enterprise work into movies, documentaries, podcasts, and the like.
Thank you. Next up is Juliana. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Juliana Mori. I'm from Brazil. I'm a journalist. I graduated 24 years ago, and since then I worked a lot with audiovisual productions, documentaries, television programs, till I took a master in digital arts. And I've always had a passion for visualization in maps and cartography. And since that, in 2008, 2010, I start exploring journalism narratives with maps and combining maps and journalism. And together with my dear friend and colleague, Gustavo Faleiros, in 2012, we launched Info Amazonia, which is, at that moment, it was a platform exploring narrative journalism over maps about the Amazon. And so we are a media outlet for 12 years now. Our main product is our website, infoamazonia.org, and we report about social and environmental stories with maps, with data, and geolocalized stories about the Amazon in the 9 countries of the region. So we are based in Brazil, but we work in network with other outlets and other journalists in the other 8 countries to try to cover such a huge area. Just in Brazil, it's almost 60% of the country, which is a huge country. And then we have like the area in the other 8 countries. So along these years, we've been diversifying our activities from these challenges, like the challenge of covering such a huge area, and also because of the unique of the work that we do, this that we call today geojournalism, but when we started 12 years ago, didn't really have this name. We started diversifying our activities. So but beyond investigative journalism, that's what we mainly do, we started also working with education activities in social environmental data journalism, so trainings and education, and also with building network capacities. So nowadays, our revenue is diversified in these 3 main core activities: investigative journalism, training, education, and building networking capacities. So I think it's pretty much it.
Thanks. Just a quick question before we move, Juliana. So, what is that? Is it equally split across those three areas, or what would be like
No,
your?
it's not. It's not. In revenue, I'm not really sure. Training has got a strong participation in the last years mainly. But in activity, we're much more in the investigative journalism than the other ones.
Okay.
Like it's the core activity. But the other ones are helping us to diversify revenue and fund our investigative journalism.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'll come back with some more questions. Tidiane, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tidiane Sy. I come from Senegal, where I founded West Af News. Before that, I was a reporter, a journalist reporter. I worked for some global media organizations, the BBC, AFP, Bloomberg, all the big ones. More than a decade and a half ago, Bilal was telling me it's going to be 2 decades now, and it's true, it's going to be 2 decades now. I decided to found this website because at those days, I mean, just to give you a bit of context, those days, a lot of online media in my part of the world were just copying and pasting. And actually, the trend is still going on, copying and pasting content from other news providers or content providers. That was one thing. And the other thing, which is still relevant, is most of it is just sensational journalism to get clicks. So I decided to create that online news platform to really do good journalism, what I pretend to be good journalism. And good journalism for me was anything that's in depth, anything that comes with context, anything that can really help citizens understand what's going on in their country, their region. It is a regional, when I say regional, it's West Africa. We cover the 15 ECOWAS member countries. ECOWAS is the economic community for West African states. But due to language issues, we are more focused on the Francophone ones because we work in French. So we cater more for the Francophone audience. It does not mean if something big happens in Ghana or if you have the opportunity to do a story in Ghana or Nigeria, which are the important West African nations, we would not do it. So this is the idea behind the beginning. At first, it was just a one-man show because, and it can also help you how it was funded as a beginning. I was still working for some media organizations as a freelancer. I was doing some training for some organizations, and the revenue I would get were to help me build that platform until we get one first award. So, yeah, then suddenly I realized what I was doing was great. For me, it was fun. That's something I was doing. When I didn't have anyone commissioning a story. With that award, I realized there was something important here, and I started having stuff. But you start having stuff, it means that you need to have money. So the problems started from there. I think after a few years, around 2013, I brought in a few colleagues, told them, okay, listen, guys, I don't have money. Probably you also don't, because we are all journalists, and I wanted the organization to remain independent. I would want you just do what I'm doing, take some of your free time and come. So really very awkward business model where you gather poor people to make an organization run. We're all journalists, none of us has money, but I told them, okay, just give your time, your extra time to help me generate more stories. Probably it would lead somewhere. Unfortunately, it was a bit difficult. Me as a founder, the commitment you would have would probably be very different from the commitment other people would have. It's very understandable. Until, well, we got some other recognitions because we were part of Panama Papers, Fatal Extractions. So some organizations, bigger organizations, started getting interest in what we're doing. So from where I was funding it with my activities as a trainer, as a journalist, reporter, getting money and reinvesting on a small organization, I started getting funded. And the big really thing was during COVID, what happened is I was recognized among the 16 Africans with a good response to COVID. And for me, it was in a field of news and information, because I was doing something on responding to the all the fake news about COVID with credible news about COVID. So it opened doors, and we started getting grants. So now the big issue is we're talking about profit puzzle. For us, it's becoming interesting because of grants. Different grants, of course, but probably then while we're talking, I think 85% of our revenue, if I can call it revenue, comes from one foundation, which is the Net Foundation. So
And
just
the remaining,
to give you an idea of...
And the remaining 15%?
Well, smaller grants, partnerships, putting, but really a little bit more now. But compared to what I was putting a decade ago, it's become like 2% or 3% what I'm putting.
Okay,
But definitely now the big chunk.
Moving in the right direction.
I hope so.
So, on that note, I just want to maybe set an assumption for the rest of the discussion. And I think it's 2024 now. We can stop pretending that grants is either the solution and should be the only thing we rely on, but to think that we're going to eliminate grants totally, I think is also unrealistic. And I'm happy to debate this, but for the purposes of this discussion, we can treat grants as a revenue stream, right? Already illustrated with your pie chart, but it sounds like this is exactly what those of us on the panel are looking at. You know, the idea is to, the note of the first takeaway I've made here is diversification. And yes, we need to dive a bit deeper into diversifying the sources of grants, but at the highest level, diversifying revenue, including grants, into the organization generally. The other point from that I just want to highlight is, I think, again, by 2024, we can all acknowledge that this business model of build it and they will come doesn't work. Good journalism, quality content is unfortunately not enough to help us build strong, sustainable organizations. So I'm going to put a round of questions to the audience, to the panelists, and in that time, ask the audience to prepare your questions. So and then we'll come to you and take a round of 3 or 4 questions. So my question is, by now, all of you, with 20 years and 100 and something years and different levels of experience, you've tried different things. You've done experiments. I think it's often hard for people to learn from when things go well in an organization. And these are the things that platforms like this tend to focus on, because all of us want to be on stage with the bright lights talking about how great we've done things. I want to start the other way around and say, maybe highlight some of the things that have failures within your organization, or things that you didn't get the results that you were expecting, and if you've been able to identify why. So to use this as a learning method, learning opportunity rather, for those of us who haven't yet tried or tested a specific thing, to maybe try and understand why, so that we don't make the same mistakes. So we can either go in a row, or if someone's... Alina, do you want to?
Yes, I was thinking of a situation that we encountered last year, because despite from our video content that we are producing, and which is our core activity, the video investigations and documentaries that we produce, we also have a daily news podcast and a weekly newsletter. And last year we had this idea. Actually, we've seen this opportunity of creating a newsletter because maybe some of you know about the Door magazine that closed, the magazine managed by Cristian Lupșa. And so was their newsletter, which was extremely successful. And we were thinking, oh, well, this is an opportunity. Let's take over this newsletter and make it a recorder newsletter. But things didn't go out as we expected because they didn't want to give that newsletter to us. So we decided to create one from scratch. And we did that kind of situation when we saw an opportunity, but we didn't analyze well enough the need we had. Was it actually truly our need or not? We hired a person to be in charge, but we did the other mistake that says don't hire the person, hire the role, because we didn't have a clear image of that role, what we really want from that role. So we lost a lot of time and a lot of money and energy with that. And yeah, now we have a newsletter, and we have more than 18,000 subscribers, which is great, and an open rate of more than 60%, which is also one of the highest in Romania. But it was extremely painful.
Okay. So don't embark on a big new project without proper planning.
Exactly.
Thank you. Ron, so I want to tweak the question for you a bit, because I think people might be sitting here saying, you know what, the AP, these guys are so big, so old, so successful, like what could we learn from them? Contextualize it for us.
Sure. So I think that it's not so much a failure of things that were tried. I think it was a failure. I wouldn't say a failure, but I think it was treating investigative journalism simply as journalism without thinking about what could you do to use it to really fund itself, right? Because, you know, the investigative team is not separate from the overall AP. So you're on that core budget. But as we all know, investigative journalism is expensive, like super expensive, and it's a big team of people. So, but I think previously the focus was simply on let's do great journalism, let's win prizes and make change and all of those things, without thinking about it as what could we do with the journalism to help fund it so that it doesn't create this huge pull on the budget. So I came to the AP about 5 years ago. I was at the New York Times for 14 years. And the tactic that we took was look at the investigative team as a startup, right? And act like it's a separate entity, and how do we then fund this thing with the funding that we get from AP, with additional things. And so we'll talk a little bit more about this later, but part of it was, all right, we do a data distribution to AP customers. Well, that's something that people will pay for. We do a massive investigation nationally, then the customers of AP want that data. So we can provide that to them. That becomes like a revenue stream. You know, there is, we have two versions of videos that we put out. One that is a kind of unstructured thing that broadcasters buy from the AP and take it and do what they want with it. But we can customize that so it becomes a product. We also have a more polished one that we provide to customers too, and members across. So that becomes another product that we can do. And then we have a short little audio thing that's called the story behind the story that we've just started testing out to see how that, it's like a 8-9 minute audio that summarizes story. So our audio customers, because there's still a lot of radio folks, use that for their broadcast, right? So again, it's not so much as something that we tried, but the things that weren't tried. And so we just brought, you know, a different mindset to it, and approaching this thing like it's a startup within an existing news organization.
So the startup investigative team, startup within, do they have their own sales function, or is that still done by the mothership?
It's still done by the mothership, but the thing is, it wasn't coordinated with like the revenue side, which is where my role comes in, because I'm like, I straddle both the business side and the news side. And so I have regular meetings with the revenue side. I do talk to customers as well, so I know what they use and what they don't use. But again, that we didn't have a role like that to sort of straddle both the business and the news side of thinking of, okay, we got this great journalism here, but what products can we create out of that great journalism that will provide a revenue source or revenue sources that then we can pay for this journalism and take pressure off the core budget.
Okay, so that link between the newsroom editorial teams to the commercial teams.
Right.
Okay, I mean, I want to flesh that out a bit more, but
Sure.
let's come back to that.
Okay.
Juliana?
I don't know if it's a mistake, but I think we've kind of corrected the route. And talking to Ron yesterday, I thought we could have thought in a different way also. So because we at Informazonia have this interface with technology and with through the journalism, we were searched for. It was an important kind of type of revenue for some years. The partnerships with civil organizations, scientific organizations, and to make special reports in partnership with them. So not investigative journalism, but to bring journalism to tell the stories they were producing actually in the science. And also people would want us to make platforms. So journalistic platforms and platforms in general. So in some point it was an interesting type of revenue. But as we're small, I think I didn't say that in my presentation, but we're a small outlet, these would get very confused because the same team that was doing investigative journalism was also doing these products. And we, at some point, some years ago, we decided we would not go do it anymore because you need to have a client attainment, client relation that we didn't have how to do it, because we need to do our journalism. But talking to Rome yesterday, I was just thinking that AP is doing this in another way, not in just kind of partnerships, but doing these products and having these structured departments for that. And maybe just instead of just saying, no, we don't do this, as technically it's also not our specialty, we should have think of how to structure a separate department that can bring at the end, can bring money to our investigative journalism and not being opposite or stealing the time of our team. Okay. So I think that's.
So I mean, I can relate. This is something we see often. Is small teams doing great work get caught up in this. Oh, if we do this and we do this and we do this, and before you know it, you're doing all this cool stuff, which is not bringing additional revenue. But it's draining your resources and also messing up what you were really good at doing in the first place. Let's get the final.
Yeah, well, for me, the biggest mistake maybe should be I started this without any business model.
Right.
If probably it was like these days, where after I have attended all this conversation about media viability and all those things, probably I would have a business model and then start my platform. I started it out of passion, thinking that, yes, it would work, but how, I never thought of it. So good journalism does not mean good money, definitely. People need to have a business model. I think that's really one big mistake for anyone who wants to start something. The other thing is this idea when I wanted to restructure, but still has the same problem, and said, well, we want to remain independent, I'm only going to call journalists. Probably, if I had said, okay, I need journalists, but I also need people who've got money, things would be different. So the first time I wanted to structure it was calling on journalists to come. I think that was a little, yeah, we've tried a few things. I can't call them mistake. It was just trying now to find revenues like Google Ads, online advertising. If you're publishing, I don't know, a story a week, a big investigation every 2 or 3 months, definitely you can't have enough clicks to get money out of Google. So these are things that we tried that which did not work. And of course, there are many other things that definitely people can learn from. But I think these are the few ones that I really would want to highlight.
Thank you. We can do a round of questions from the audience. I assume there's a mic or going around. So if you want to put your hand up, I see one hand at the back. We can take 2 or 3 hands. One, another one at the back there. Okay, so we'll look out for more. So when you get the mic, please go ahead, your name and your organization, and then fire away.
Hi, I'm Drew Sullivan from OCCRP. I'm wondering what the panelists think. I've been thinking a lot lately about the innovations in the investigative reporting space, organizations like Bellingcat, and they're not traditional investigative reporting organizations. Is the concept of investigative reporting and how we think about it trapping us from really innovating in this space? And should we redefine what journalism and investigative reporting is in in society? And will that help?
Okay, thanks, Drew. We have another question there. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for this panel. Alina, when you get a chance, I'd be interested to hear, and this is super relevant for smaller organizations, how did you successfully cultivate your base? You didn't use the term audience, but the people who are supporting your organization, it seems like it's a significant amount of your revenue. How did you cultivate that audience? How did you understand it and cultivate it? That is super relevant for a lot of smaller organizations. Thank you.
Sorry, can you just get your name and your organization?
Sorry, Michael Montgomery with Reveal and Center for Investigative Reporting in the U.S.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else before we dive in? Sorry? No? Okay. Okay, so I see 2 more, yes. Somewhere in the middle, and then the last one in the back. So the lights were in my eyes, so I'm not seeing.
Hi, I'm Céline Boujak. I'm from Lazy Women in France. And just curious, when you're thinking about the different funding streams coming into your organizations, how are you also thinking about independence and maintaining that independence? Alina, for example, you mentioned you have advertisers as well. That's a revenue stream, so I'm just curious how you maintain your independence when you have or seeking these different revenue streams.
Thank you, and then the final question at the back.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Angel Petrov. I come from Bulgaria. And my question would be maybe to all of you, maybe in particular to my Romanian and Senegalese colleague, because maybe their media markets would be different, including in scale to what we have in the US and Brazil. So when you began trying to fund your own thing, considering the state the media market was in, so you had some success, you had some difficulties, but I wonder, were you pioneers in what you were doing? And after you established yourself and managed to sustain yourself, did others try to copycat your model? Are there currently, or not, even if not copycat, build upon, etc. Are there many news and investigative, let's say, organizations that are trying to diversify in the way you are trying to? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start with Drew. Well, Drew. So yeah. So just so you know, Bellingcat was meant to be on this panel,
right? And
unfortunately, Desi fell ill, and so we couldn't hear from them directly. But I think.
Yeah, I'd like to take that. Hey, Drew. Good to see you, man. So I think that's already happened. So the question, again, just to repeat it, was because of the success of things like Bellingcat And I would also throw in like forensic architecture and others with open source investigative techniques. I think that's already happened. I think that a number of news organizations have incorporated that into how they do investigative journalism. Has really changed how we do what we do. There are tools, there are techniques, there are things that were just not available to us in the past. And the idea of what a record is has vastly changed, because a record is basically anything, any data point or video that we can get our hands on and verify now. So I think that in of itself has changed how we practice journalism, and I do credit Bellingcat for that. I know for me, the big change was watching. It was the BBC's Anatomy of a Killing, and that completely just blew my mind. And so I immediately started assembling a team of people that included folks that didn't have like traditional journalism backgrounds. Like I have a motion graphics person on the investigative team, developers, illustrators. I mean, people who are not the document data folks, but that bring a different skill set to the practice of investigative reporting. So again, I think the success of, you know, Bellingcat and groups like that have really changed it, because, you know, in the beginning, I know that, you know, when I was at the New York Times, forensic architecture did a lot of the early work with the New York Times, and the same with the AP. When we initially started, we worked with groups like the Human Rights Center Investigations Lab at University of California, Berkeley. But then, you know, we started learning these skills ourselves to be able to do that type of work. I think the other thing that has changed and expanded the definition of investigative reporting, there used to be this idea that an investigative reporter had to be like these lone wolves, right? Like you just had to, like, one person or two, and even teams within the news organizations expanded. But now, what you all do with OCCRP, ICIJ, folks, and I mean, basically everybody does it now, where we are combining resources with media organizations around the world with the Panama Papers and things like that, that has really changed, again, how we do journalism. Because in the past, we would just keep that stuff for ourselves, right? And I think we would have lost a lot of things too, because maybe if we had the Panama Papers, we would just do stuff maybe in a few places, but then that would be the end of it. And so you basically have these records that would sit unused. So I think that it too has really changed how we do investigative journalism.
I would like to complement. I think the way we are doing investigative journalism at InfoAmazonia is also an example of that. Like, we are using satellite imagery, satellite data to investigate things that are happening into the forest. So mainly the bad use of the natural resources, but from that, like, so doing spatial analysis of massive data, so deforestation data, fire data, and thousands of data that we use to understand what is the pattern, what is going on, and then we cross-reference with thousands of other data, but to investigate specific people who are doing that. So crossing with fines, like from the environmental agency and things like this. So at least we start the investigation with that, through the satellite information, not only the imagery, but I talked a lot in my presentation about maps, but it's actually spatial analysis, what is the main thing that forms our investigative journalism. So I think it's also like a broader way to think of investigative journalism. And the ideal point is when we We get that from the macro, the satellite information, and then we can go to the field and also investigate into the ground. But also thinking about revenue, it also allows us to do a lot of investigative journalism without necessarily going to the ground. We can also do it remote. In the Amazon case, it's very important. So, we can do it a lot.
I mean, I think the innovation in the model around this also that we're seeing often is that, especially when you have certain sets of skills or highly specialized skills that is used in a investigative department or in a organization, thinking broader than where those skills can be applied elsewhere, where the data that you're gathering that might not be part of a particular story or piece of coverage could be useful in other contexts. And that, I guess, also, I'm going to jump to the third question on this question of independence, right? Because there's, again, I don't want to flesh out the problem, but I think we all know it, we all have it in mind, and now it's been put to maybe all of you of like, how do you balance this, right? Every time there's a commercial interest that might, yes, you've got the Chinese walls, you've got your newsrooms that are separate, but things are changing and that space is a bit more fluid. So how do we deal with this? Maybe we can just do a quick round.
The slice that was dedicated to the advertising revenue that you've seen in the pie chart was only from our YouTube channel, because the YouTube channel is our main platform where we publish our content. And now, because we are in the election campaign, Romania has this year 4 elections, and the election campaign started. We decided to stop those revenues from the advertising from YouTube, because there is this situation where our audience, the users of YouTube, start visualizing advertising from politicians before our investigations. Even if we try to stop this, YouTube continues to do that, so we choose to stop those revenues. We prefer not to have those advertising revenues from YouTube if this is the situation.
Okay.
So, for all the revenue streams that the AP has, there's a standards review that happens. So, and actually sitting right behind you, who asked the question, is our Vice President and Editor-at-Large for Standards, John Danishevsky. So, there are, like, for instance, there's philanthropy that we won't take because it doesn't meet our standards. There are other business things that we won't do because it doesn't meet our standards. And it goes through this elaborate process, and it gets scored. There's a number, and then there's like, if it's this number, then that's something that would cause reputational harm to the AP, and it's not something that we would pursue, even though it might be, a big chunk of money or revenue in some things. So it is, necessary, and, there's money that's left on the table at times, but again, we have to protect our biggest asset, which is our reputation for being a fact-based, nonpartisan news organization.
Thank you.
I think the first thing, we always make a separation of who is funding our projects and the editorial part of it. So it's always very clear there is no editorial, I don't know the word in English, but ingerência? Interference. Yeah. So that's, it sounds very obvious, but it's like something that we state at first when we talk to any person, any organization who is wishing to fund us. And we've had some difficulties in this process, and we understood it's always very important to stand like this since the beginning. So there is no doubt. About advertisements, till 2 months ago, we didn't have it at all. And we had this year an opportunity to be part, like to be published in a big portal of news, which is good for us to broaden the richness of those stories. And they wanted to republish in their website, and we would get some revenue from the advertisements in that part. And it was a conflict for us because some of their clients were companies that that really do harm to the Amazon, and we understood we could not do it because just what Ron just said, it's like about credibility and of course and our beliefs also. So if we're doing investigative journalism against, well, not against, but they're the theme of some investigations, how can we be in a place funded by them? So we didn't go to this model. Nowadays we're trying the same thing you just said, doesn't work for the kind of publication we have, like Google Ads. And then you put there like all your standards and almost none passes. But still, we're just like experimenting with that because we really don't think advertisement would be the main form of revenue.
Thanks. In a smaller newsroom like yours?
Yeah, exactly the same thing. In Senegal, you can easily access advertising if you're friends with politicians and business people. There's not need, even if you have 2 readers, if you're friends with them, they can support. Right. As long as you will run a story that is favorable to them, or that you would run a story that is hurting the enemy. So, right. But for us, I mean, that was a key issue, and I was explaining why. At some point, I wanted some people to come and join to make this organization bigger, but I was looking for independent journalists, people who were acting like me, who were more likely to act like me, but with no money, and trying to avoid. So I think the issue of independence is critical, and it probably allows me to get back to the point about redefining investigative journalism, or redefining journalism for that matter. For me, it cannot be called redefining. We can use all the new technology, we can have new approaches, collaborative journalism, and all those things. But I think the minute we lose independence, you call it what you want, it's not journalism anymore. For me, it's critical, it's key.
Okay. I think we should actually now move to the next question, directly specific at you. So, you know, these people are paying you money on a monthly basis. Why?
Yeah, I just wanted to add an idea to the advertising discussion because we are, as Ron has said, we are at the Recorder. Our biggest asset is, of course, the trust we manage to gain from our audience and the reputation we have. And producing video journalism, we believe it's extremely important, and we are extremely serious when we have some very strict rules regarding advertising, and we publicly declared many times that we don't accept advertising at all from some specific companies, pharma, tobacco, alcohol, and gambling, and we don't take political advertising as well. And yeah, regarding the loyalty that we managed to create, that's how we managed to create it. We are extremely transparent when it comes to our revenues. We publish an annual report where we publish the exact amount of money we gained with fiscal documents, the exact amount of money we gained from our audience and from every revenue stream we have, and we explain very detailed what we did with those money. And what it happens is that our audience is extremely impressed by this kind of transparency. And when we do that, in the days we publish those reports, we have donation peaks. I mean, people really like to see that in Romania there is an independent publication that does that. Yeah, and we are extremely grateful to be in this situation.
Thank you. I think the last question, and it was a while ago now, so I'm going to paraphrase.
Pioneers, about being pioneers.
Right, pioneers, and also the threat of others now coming to copy what you're doing, and how, is that a risk? How do you approach it? Do you want to go?
Well, pioneers, yeah, on the online sphere, I think what we were doing, we were pioneers in that, in terms of saying, okay, we're going to go online, but we're not hunting for clicks. Also, doing the type of journalism we were doing online, I should also add online, because we've got other people, other media, but traditional print media doing investigative reporting long ago. I mean, some successfully, others failed very quickly. People replicating, for me, it's no harm, and I think there are some people trying to replicate, not too many, and some of them probably learning from our failures, trying to start with a business model and trying to tap into what the new technologies can offer. I've seen a couple of initiatives that are doing great things in Senegal. So, yeah. Yeah.
If I could
I don't see any harm.
Yeah, go ahead.
make a point on. So I think in talking about revenue and business models, we also have to think about what do I need to get there, right? Which means that your hiring for your staff has to be different than it has been in the past. You have to hire people to fulfill the mission that you have for being able to generate things that will bring revenue from the investigative journalism that you do. So it means that, people who could write that 4,000 word narrative, maybe you don't need as many of them. Maybe you need to invest more into people who do motion graphics, or people who can create products from like AI, or people who are illustrators, or people who are versed in making things more to be able to consume on a mobile platform. So, and I think that that's what's sometimes missing in all of this as we talk about business model. You also have to change your hiring model for when you're bringing people. And then the second thing is learning from other industries. I think that journalism can be very insular, and we look to ourselves to solve problems about our industry, but learning from how other people do. And again, it's not a one-for-one. It doesn't mean that, we need to go and learn from Tesla, for instance. But there are industries that we can learn from, because a lot of industries have reinvented themselves to exist in people like big auto companies have reinvented themselves. And we learn how did they do that? What were the things that they thought about to go from here to here? And I think as an industry, we haven't always invested in R&D for where our industry is going, where the products that we're going to, how are we going to serve the people? Because the folks that read and view and listen to our stuff, they're not just readers and viewers and listeners, they're also customers, because they come to us for other things too, right? They see the ads on our sites, they see these other things. Maybe, there are databases that we have that allow them to look up, housing prices or something in the area. So all of those things, I think, have to be a part of this as we think about, business model. And then my last point is we can't look at it as there's a one business model, right? There's going to be multiple business models, even sometimes within the same organization, because, what works for you will largely depend on where you are, right, and what resources that you have.
Thank you, Ryan.
We are very happy when we see that other independent publications try to copy us. I really believe that we should be very humble and don't believe that we should reinvent the wheel when it comes to fundraising. And what we did at Recorder, what I did, and it was extremely helpful for us, was that I paid attention to what other big charity NGOs were doing in Romania regarding the fiscal facilities we have, because I was thinking these guys know best what to do. So I paid a lot of attention to them, and it was very helpful for us because 5 years ago, I've seen that one of the biggest charity NGOs in Romania introduced a digital form that allowed individuals to redirect 3.5% of their taxes per income to them in a very simple way, in 30 seconds. It was extremely simple. And I said, let's do that for Recorder as well. And it was, what it happened was that the next year, our revenues from that fiscal facilities grew sixfold, and then 2 days after that, they grew tenfold. And now this revenue stream is one of our main revenue streams we have. And so it's important to observe what others do and to try to ask for help and to learn from others. Now we see that other independent publications use almost the same call to actions as we do when we fundraise, for example, with this fiscal facility for individuals, and it's okay. I mean, it's for the best.
So I think on this point, something that we see often, so when we have these media programs, either in countries or regions, initially it's always the same kind of sentiment. Smaller independent media look at each other as competition and try and be guarded with their secrets or their innovations. But after a short time, they realize that actually the competition are not those in the room with us. It's those on the outside who are the bad actors funded by politicians or different interests. And we can't be strong in isolation in our ecosystems. We need, for us to continue to grow, when I say us, for smaller media, independent media, they need to be in environments where they've got other stronger independent media. And then over time, the benefits of collaboration, so you find your path. There is a little bit of overlap, but when you start collaborating, then you're having more impact on society, and you're building stronger. The list of benefits is endless. But another way, and so this is the funder looking at it, is, and I think we're talking now about revenue. Often, for the last 10 years, there's been lots of conversations about opening new revenue streams and how does news make money. And we're always focusing on the revenue side, which means sometimes we tend to neglect the expenses side, right? So, and this is something which I think catches up organizations often is, yes, you may have great grants, you may have great revenue streams, but you're running an inefficient operation. And when someone can come in and do maybe not exactly what you're doing, but be more efficient, do more with less resources. And this is business 101. I think as journalists, it's our we are our own worst enemies. Like journalists are often the smartest people in the room. Here we have a room full of journalists, so it's the smartest people probably in Sarajevo right now. But we think we know everything, and so we act based on what we think is the right answer, as opposed to what data will tell us, or testing something and basing it. But sorry, my point was the real competition comes in when someone is able to operate smarter and do things more efficiently. And on that note, I don't know if there's any more responses from the panel, or we can go for another round of questions if there's still interest.
Maybe
yes,
just
okay.
on that little point, for why Westaff existed for that long is we have always maintained expenses very low, right? The strict minimum you can do with very little, because as I said, it was almost with very, very scarce resources before we started getting these big grants. It was with very little resources. Even hiring somebody, what sort of office do we need? What sort of equipment do we need in the office? I think that's something really important when you start, and because I said we started with no capital. The only capital was the journalistic expertise, if I can put it that way.
Yeah. I think I have an example to share about costs. we have a challenge in our funding that we are very project oriented. I think this is our main challenge nowadays. And as you may have heard, the last years, the Amazon was under a severe threat, like political threat, mainly in Brazil. And we have been able to fund several projects. Sorry. And at some point last year, as I told you, we're a small company, and we were more than 40 people working at some point at the same time. And this was making us, because of the projects, so this was making us to have some, like, it was like 3 or 4 small newsrooms parallels. And we understood that this was not being efficient at all. Like, we were, it was a lot of trouble to manage all this. Besides co-founder, I'm the editorial director, so I manage the teams. And we were also not investing on our fixed team because we were so divided. And then we decided, sorry, and then we decided to step, I don't know the word, to make it smaller and to go back. That's the word I was looking for. And we decided to make our head team, our fixed team, stronger, investing on this team, and instead of like working with so much collaborators at the same time. And then we, from this more than 40 people that were working at some point, we limited our team number to 12. This includes finance and administration, not only the journalists. And it's been a tough decision, but a good one. So we are strengthening this team. We are investing, including information and building capacities inside our team, and not just doing the project and the person leaving. And nowadays, we're starting to grow again because we already are in full capacity with those people, and we're starting to grow as we need. So I think it's an example of that.
Okay, thank you. We're in, I think, the last 10 minutes. Any comments, questions from the audience? I see, okay, one hand, yeah. Okay, 2 hands, yeah. Okay, let's wrap up from this side.
Thank you. Courtney Radge from Center for Journalism and Liberty. As you're thinking about going beyond breaking even, how are you thinking about the value of investigative journalism in the AI era, and specifically with respect to licensing, or how you're thinking about your archives, the data that you might have, excuse me, and could you also address your cloud needs? How do you anticipate needing more or better cloud services as you continue to investigate and maybe get more data, use bigger data sources? Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. There's a question right next to you.
Hello, I'm Mark Nelson. I'm here representing the Balkan Free Media Initiative. I'm former director of the Center for International Media Assistance. I just wondered what you guys are thinking about in terms of the way you operate within the context of your political environments, and how you deal with the growing opposition to any kind of independent institutions in those environments. We all know that the political enabling conditions are critically important to being able to operate in this space, and it's really, really, for the long term, one of the most important battlegrounds for making sure that we can continue to do high quality investigative journalism. So how are you dealing with that? What are you mentioned all the importance of coming together in groups and to strengthening those ties among organizations and finding ways to deal with that. But how do you build allies with governments and find ways of changing the broader enabling environment?
All right, thank you. Who wants to?
Which question? The first?
So I think why don't we do one round and we'll start on your end with Tilian. I think the AI question is pertinent, but challenging. So AI, the cloud, and then the political environment.
Yeah, AI. I was having some side discussions yesterday with some people, telling them I would want in Francophone Africa, people are almost disconnected from those conversations. It's there, but really, people don't even know what's happening. If you're in the Francophone world, I don't know if there are some people here from that part of, particularly in Africa, people don't even know what's going on. That's one thing. The second thing is African, now I'm talking about Africa as Africa. Most of the countries, probably to say all of the African countries, don't have the power to engage proper discussions with the big tech. I think we were in a meeting in Joburg with Courtney and others about the fair compensation of our intellectual property. Okay, in Europe, in the US, we can see media organizations struggling with the big tech, at times even the states. Facebook in Senegal probably don't even talk to the government, or they don't care. So this is an issue. Probably collectively, the global journalism community needs to engage into conversations with big tech and include the African voices within those conversations, because otherwise it can be extremely difficult. Those big tech are so arrogant when it comes to dealing with Africans that, I mean, that can be another debate. For the issue of independence, it's extremely difficult. When you come from Senegal, most of the time people think, oh, you guys are lucky, free press and everything. But what happened is people want journalists who are aligned politically. And I believe there also it can only be done through joining forces, speaking in one voice. We might be competitors as media outlets, but probably when it comes to talking to government or facing government, probably journalists need to come together. What's difficult about it is you have some journalists who may accept that good journalism is if you take side. If you side with, is it opposition or is it government? I mean, for the past 3 years, that's what we had in Senegal, where people, it's either you criticize the government or either you criticize the opposition. For me, it's not the role of journalists. These are extremely difficult issues, but probably conversations like this can help us find solutions together.
Thank you.
About the two questions, right? About the political issues, I think we in Brazil had this big political threat to freedom press, to the environmental also, and I don't think we have a recipe, but this made somehow. Sometimes what happens when you're under threat, you have to do the thing and you have to respond. So somehow it made the independent journalism stronger, I think, even though it was much more difficult. Like we never would have any response from the government from whatever we asked. And also all this fake news machine working and with hate speech over our stories, our publications. But somehow I think it made us the necessity to investigate more and to publish it made us stronger, not in Amazonia, but the whole independent media scenario. And also, what the colleagues are saying, we did collaborate a lot with what could be understood as our competitors. So people who compete for the same audience, actually, like our colleagues from the independent media. So we've done some consortiums of publications, and just to note two of them. One was in the political elections. We did a consortium of stories about politics stories about the Amazon were like 10 outlets. We are not investigating together, but we were publishing together, so we could support. It was not just one outlet publishing, and so we make it everyone stronger. Right now, we are doing this with carbon credit projects, which is not actually a politician issue, but companies, private companies, greenwashing private companies, big issue right now, and we've never been so harassed as we've been since we've started publishing this series, and our friends from other media outlets also. So we are now in a consortium of media. We are not investigating together. We're constructing a database together, but it's not just from Brazil, but also from Colombia, Ecuador. I don't remind all the countries right now. And we are publishing together. We just did this week. And so we brought the reach of the story, and also we support each other.
Thanks, Juliana. Ron?
All right, I'll try and take both questions. So in terms of intellectual property and AI, as you may recall, the AP was the first media organization to actually sign an agreement with OpenAI, because the idea is if you're going to use our stuff, then you're going to pay us for it, right? We, as I mentioned before, started in 1846, so the archives is a gold mine. And that's not something that we're just going to give away. And since that time, we've also reached deals with other companies, other AI companies, for the use of our archives to train their large language models. Because again, that archive is a gold mine, and it's not something that we're just going to let people use without paying us for it, to be honest. And in terms of cloud, I mean, obviously that's not my area because we have a whole team of people who do, but it's they get it as we need it and what we think. We project, we're gonna have this, or in the newsroom we are gonna add more because we do have this big data operation. So it's like, well, we think we're gonna need this, and we may need more. So, but again, we're constantly having conversations on what our data needs are, and then they compensate us in that. In terms of the gentleman's question here about operating, for us it's operating in all of these environments. We operate in 100 countries, and so we're dealing with everything from the conflict in Israel to Ukraine, to Venezuela. I mean, you name it, we're operating in those places, and we have a global security team that works with the journalists and try to keep them safe with both trainings and things like that. We're constantly talking with our governments and these places, but it's never easy, and it's an ongoing process. Someone mentioned yesterday about what just happened with us in Israel, right? We basically not existing in Russia because we've had journalists specifically targeted, as being purveyors of propaganda. So the short answer is it is difficult across the globe for us to operate in certain places. And that includes some places in the U.S. too, I might add. So there are no easy answers there other than just having a really good staff that constantly keeps try to keep our staff safe. And we'll talk more about AI, but we also actually use AI too for our global security team.
Okay, so I think we're just over time, but do you want to take the last word?
Very short. Honestly, we at Recorder are not documented or educated enough to be able to make the difference between what's reliable and what's not when it comes to AI, especially because we are producing investigations. And this year we've been trying to make some steps further when it comes to our digital security, because we hired somebody to help us to take some measures. Because last year we had this situation with one of my colleagues that who, after publishing an investigation about the Romanian Secret Service, her phone was intercepted, her calls and messages were intercepted by an entity. You can, yeah. So yeah, we are trying to do whatever we can do to make things as safe as possible for us.
Thank you. Sorry, Ryan, we're over time, but thanks if you can join me giving the panel. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bilal, so much for moderating the first hour and 15-minute panel. Really fascinating discussion. I think one quote summed it up for me: good journalism doesn't mean good money. People need to have a business model. Honestly, such a fascinating entry point into this 2 days of panels. So we have a 15-minute coffee break now. After the coffee break, we'll have the next innovation panel will be downstairs in the Holiday Hall. This is at 11 o'clock. We'll be talking technology and audience-first journalism. This is a very technical panel, but honestly, one of the most fascinating discussions with people from Greece, from Slovakia, from Spain, from Mongolia. Really an interesting group. In this room, we will have a session on making big tech work for us. This is with Paula Maraglia, Courtney, and Khadija Patel. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
So can I get everyone to start taking their seats? We're going to go ahead and jump right into our next discussion here to stay on schedule. So, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Maybe we can close these doors. Okay, thanks everybody for joining us for this next session, which I have the pleasure of introducing the panel Making Big Tech Work for Us, which is part of a wider conversation about how we protect the future of public interest media, in this case, in terms of the relationship between media and big tech, and understanding how we can put journalism in the driver's seat when it comes to that conversation. And we're really privileged today to have 4 excellent journalists and thought leaders who are going to take us through this conversation, which will be led by Khadija Patel, who is the journalist in residence at the International Fund for Public Interest Media and has been the chair of the IPI Executive Board. So Khadija, thank you very much for leading this conversation. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Is it working? Oh, there we are. Scott, will we close the door? Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I'm really excited about this conversation. Paula and I, have been talking about this for a long time. Courtney works on this as well. We, bump into each other in various fora. And what is apparent is that the relationship between big tech and journalism is once more being remolded, especially in places outside of Western Europe and the US, where there are deals being made, in some cases, between big tech companies and news media organizations to remunerate them for using some of their content. In some cases, we're seeing also generative AI companies like OpenAI striking deals with many of the large publishers around the world. And so the relationship between big tech and news media is being molded in many different ways at the same time. But that we're facing a crisis is not an understatement. It is not crying wolf. For many, many news organizations, this is an existential crisis. And we've seen how the welfare of news media organizations can be controlled by just the swift change of an algorithm. And it's a very scary space to be in. We've tried many different modes of, trying different modes of business strategies, trying to work with big tech in many ways, and often to the detriment of news media organizations. So what we're hoping to do today is we have this distinguished panel, all of whom have been working on this issue from many different perspectives, to try to flesh out what are some of the most salient points between news media and big tech right now, and what that means about shaping the information ecosystem going forward. I'm from South Africa, and in South Africa right now there is a Competition Commission inquiry into the relationship between news and big tech. We're likely to see a report, an interim report from the Commission in October. And what has been interesting for me is that the Commission appears to be looking at the behavior of big tech, not solely from the perspective of business, but also from the constitutional mandate of access to information and the responsibility for big tech companies operating in a country to ensure access to information for South Africans. So it would be a fascinating development if indeed that is the route that that Competition Commission takes in South Africa, but there are also similar conversations and similar developments in Brazil, in Indonesia. We also saw what happened in Canada. We also saw, Facebook is pulling out of news. They're just saying, well, news doesn't mean much to us anyway. It doesn't make us much money. So this has profound consequences for press freedom. And so I want to invite the OSCE Special Representative for Freedom of Expression to tell us a little bit more about what does this mean for press freedom?
Okay, let's see, it works. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be with you, and of course I'm very grateful to IPI to have me here today to discuss such an important topic. And Khadija, it's a pleasure, Courtney and Miranya, it's a pleasure to be with you and have you as my fellow panelists. Let me take a step back and try to look at the issue of the relation between big tech and journalism and media freedom from the point of view of democracy. And why? Because when we look at media freedom in the OSCE, we are, of course, looking at a concept that is a very specific concept of the OSCE, comprehensive security, that is, of course, supported by an agenda for peace and security. So I always like to, to be sure that we are looking to media freedom as a key pillar for democracy, and being a key pillar for democracy is a key pillar for peace and security. So this is the way we look at media freedom, and we look at all the challenges media freedom is facing right now, and of course one of them is definitely the big tech, the online platforms, all the disruptions in our information public space, and this is also very important. So I'm not going to look very much into the technicalities, but much more what are the consequences of it. And of course, when we have an online space that is our information space, because now most of you migrated to this online space of information space, it's important to see the consequences. And this space is completely dominated by the big tech, the big platforms, with a very specific business model, with business structural failures. These business failures, of course, are from the point of view of human rights, not from the point of view of profit. Of course, from this point of view of profit, it's a very rewarding system, and it's a very rewarding model. But in any case, this is creating a big fragmentation in our shared reality, with tremendous consequences in our democratic participation, and also in our capacity to avoid this the division and the polarization within our community, within our societies. And this is, of course, very problematic regarding democracy and the healthy functioning of democracy.
Thank you. Courtney, in many instances, we're still talking about how we can tackle big tech companies for the value they've extracted from having news on their platforms and benefiting from that. But in many ways, that ship has sailed, because the next frontier is generative AI. And that will have even more profound consequences for us. And I know you've been doing a lot of work on thinking about how generative AI may indeed reshape news media.
Yes, so I mean, I think that the situation we're in now, we've realized much more quickly that we cannot simply allow big tech to set the rules of the game and play along. And so we're seeing much more quickly a reaction by the press and by countries around the world to push back through litigation and to seek licensing deals much more quickly. So let me just take a step back. I'm the director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty at Open Markets Institute, which is a political economy think tank. And I think that one of the most important things that we're missing as press freedom advocates and human rights advocates is the power of antitrust and competition policy to actually restructure some of this, because norms are very important. Human rights are important, but we lack tools and sticks. And so these efforts around news media bargaining codes, which are what they passed in Australia, in Canada, we have proposals in several states in the US as well as federal and around the world. You mentioned South Africa. So we're really seeing this awareness by regulators that the market is fundamentally distorted and imbalanced, and that has very detrimental impacts to democratic governance, to elections. And so there are these efforts to rebalance through news media bargaining codes that specific relationship. And this is not going to solve our problem. This is not going to solve the extinction event, but it's very important. And to some extent, these efforts that have primarily focused on requiring big tech, search, and social media platforms to come to a negotiating table, allow small publishers to collectively negotiate for the value of their product, have benefited from the fact that, okay, first of all, who among here has tried to get a tech platform on the phone or via email and never gotten a response? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what this does is it creates a table, a mandatory negotiating framework. That's a regulation. This is not a tax. This is saying we want to allow you in the private marketplace to negotiate. So in that sense, it's kind of beneficial because it creates a level of distance between, say, direct government intervention and the platform relationship. What I want to see these laws do is expand the definition of what platforms are covered from beyond just search and social to include AI companies. So right now, I hope I'm not considered a troll on LinkedIn, but I saw this post about a $1 billion investment by Meta, NVIDIA, $1 billion startup valuation, and it's some data company. So they've scraped everyone's data and created a company worth $1 billion. They did not compensate anyone from that data. And I think one thing that we as journalists and the news industry have to do is push back very hard on this idea that somehow copyright is inadequate and somehow all we do as journalists are convey facts. Yes, of course, we are in the fact business. But as you heard yesterday from our colleagues reporting in Gaza, from our colleagues who reported here in Sarajevo during war, these facts are not just there for the picking. You have to go out and uncover them and talk to people and observe and put your life on the line. And we must push back against this idea that somehow, because we're in the fact business, our work does not deserve copyright protection. Is it imperfect? Yes. However, it is the legal framework we have. And I think that if we're able to convey the value of that, we then need to get smart and think about, we heard earlier, for example, from AP, all the areas where that value lies. So your archives have huge value. And if we talk about AI, we talk a lot about large language models. Those are the foundation models that underpin ChatGPT, generative search, content summarization, content creation. News is a very important part of those foundation models. It's among the top 5 sites in one of the major large language models created by Google. It is a major specific news source within the Common Crawl corpus, which is used for training most LLMs, none of that has been compensated. And then there's something called retrieval augmented generation, RAGs. If you haven't heard that term, I have a paper, you can read it. Please learn that term. That is the value of your news currently to all of these consumer-facing applications, all of these, billionaire AI unicorns who are creating these great products that are built on our work, our data, without compensation. Furthermore, AI systems degrade when they are trained on synthetic media, when they're trained on AI-generated content. So that means the constant creation of human quality journalism by us has a lot of value. You might even think it will have more value going forward because of the potential for model degradation and model collapse without access to that content. So there's a lot of ways that we provide value. Happy to go into the details there, but I think that the key messages are we have to leverage copyright, push back against the idea that it's fair use because it's just a bunch of facts. We have to understand AI systems and where our various types of value portray there. And we need legislation like news media bargaining codes to create a table to go to mandate negotiation, and to allow small publishers to collectively bargain.
Thanks, Courtney. Paula, the thing that alarms me a little bit about generative AI, and what I know about it is dangerous, perhaps as dangerous as the tools themselves. But what alarms me as well is how much this may deepen the inequality, information inequality in the world, especially when these language models are being developed from data sets that are predominantly based in English and also based in the US or Western Europe. And what does that mean for the rest of us, the global majority? And I know in Brazil, this is, you've been grappling with big tech and understanding how, what the consequences it will have in very profound ways. I'd love for you to tell, it astounds me that, at some point, when the Brazilian government was considering legislation over the last 2 years or so, Google actually changed its homepage. So every person, settling on google.com actually got greeted by a message saying, your government is trying to ruin the internet. Yeah, that was really subtle, really extraordinary, really, and tells you a lot. I mean, you could not opt out of that. Everyone uses Google. And here you had Google telling you that your government is trying to ruin the internet. What was that about?
So, good morning, and thanks for, good morning you all, good morning to my fellow panelists, and thanks for the IPI for inviting me to this conversation. I was remembering today, 2 years ago, on another IPI Congress, we had a panel on this topic, and the name of the panel was something along frenemies, the relationship between journalists. I think we're so beyond that in only 2 years. I don't think anyone would call us frenemies anymore. So thank Khadija for the question. I think that the lobby that Google and other platforms did when we tried to regulate, to approve a bill that would minimally regulate platforms, showed us many aspects of how the asymmetry of power between our industry and the tech platforms is established. Google has more than 90% of market share when it comes to search, so they use that very wrongly. They're even being investigated because of doing that, to advertise their vision about the regulation that was being proposed, and they did that saying that that specifically bill would ruin your free internet. They weren't alone. I think the lobby there was very much of a coordination among different tech industries. I think it showed us several things. Our industry, so to go back a little bit, I think that we need to come to terms with the fact that tech has always had a role when it comes to the media industry. It was differently across history, and it was an important one. In a concentrated market like Brazil, where media was basically 5 legacy papers. That was very much family business. And that concentration meant a lot for our public debate. So the digital transformation was responsible for enabling a lot of digital natives that actually changed the market. I'm a media entrepreneur. I founded 2 digital outlets in Brazil, and I became involved with the tech conversation because I had to advocate for my outlets. I had to advocate for us to become part of Google News Showcase. I had to tell them, you're harming us. If you're talking about innovation, if you're talking about supporting the industry and not including us because you only want to have deals with legacy publishers, you're harming this market and you're making
Can I just interrupt you? Could you explain to people what Google News Showcase is? Because some people might actually not know.
Thanks, Khadija. So yes, Google News Showcase is a program where Google pays news publishers some sort of licensing because they use our content to populate search. So the relationship is not, they question us about search, so we don't make money with your content, but they actually do because our content is what populates search, and is, as Courtney was saying, our content is what's going to inform the models, not to train them, but to inform them every day. So AI now is a development of what is search, of what search was. So Google developed a program, which was also a PR program. It was something to, in advance of regulatory efforts, to pay news publishers. The criteria to pay news publishers weren't transparent at all. Facebook also had a project. It was called Facebook Journalism Project, and they would give money out to news publishers. How they would select those publishers, we don't know. How the amount of money that was paid was settled, we don't know. Being part of the program, would that impact your positioning on search? We don't know. Not being part of the program would hurt you in terms of search or distribution in the feed? We don't know. So what this shows us is that they have all the information, they have the money, we have no information, we have no data, we depend on their money. So what happened is that we looked at that as we're talking about gifts. So we're getting money, we're getting distribution, these are obviously not gifts. What we were developing there was a relationship of extreme dependence on media platforms. They are today the great mediators between us and our readership. And in this case, I'm not only talking about digital natives, I'm talking about anyone. We all depend on them to distribute our content. We all depend on them to moderate our content. With criteria, they're not transparent at all. We need also to look into our industry and realize that in the past 10 years, almost every innovation that came into the industry came from the big tech. And again, we took as gifts. So I'm talking about the software that transcripts information, the thing that measures the audience, we got from them. So what we have today is an industry that has a big dependence on big tech to distribute, to moderate, a financial dependence, and an industry that is under a huge crisis, and an industry that has lost its capacity to innovate. And because we are under pressure, whenever you're under pressure, you have very little capacity to innovate, you have no capacity to take risks. So it's really an equation that we need to change urgently. Because as Curtis was saying, as Riz was saying, as I was saying, there's a huge asymmetry of power here. We need to sit at the table in a different position. So I don't want to be sitting here just to announcing the end of the world. I think there are like many ways forward, and we can talk more about that. But I think one is to have a vision for our industry. We need to have a vision for our industry that is less naive. AI is not about selecting the best headline. It's not about that at all. AI is something that is going to reshape our industry entirely. We need to be capable of attributing value to our content. We cannot be engaged in negotiations. We need to set the agenda. We need to be able to say how much our content values. And this is an exercise that we are not necessarily used to do. We need to learn that. They are miles ahead of us in terms of technical expertise. Let's learn that. Let's engage with economists. Let's engage with lawyers. Let's have a vision for ourselves. I think it's time that we don't expect any gift, but we fight for what is right for our industry. And just to finish, I think there is one particular challenge here. I'm not a journalist. I came into this industry 10 years ago. In my previous life, I was very much involved with advocacy on a very specific industry, which was gun control. This is a whole different lobby. They have very nice people. They hire very nice people. It's different from the gun industry. It's a strategy. Let's not fool ourselves. It's a strategy. And it's not enough to be anti-tech. I can sit here and say I'm 100% anti the gun industry. It's not enough to be anti-tech. We need them. So we need to figure out a way of establishing a different relationship. And we need to better position ourselves.
Courtney, you've been writing about what some of these new dynamics might be, but what is the policy that if you could advise both policymakers but also media professionals, media managers, what are the policies we should be looking at pursuing? I mean, you've talked a little bit about that, but if we leave this room, all of us here being a little alarmed maybe about what the future holds, what is the one thing we actually need to be laser focused on?
Well, unfortunately, you're going to need a multi-pronged laser. So first of all, who is aware of the antitrust trials against Google for their advertising search happening right now? So we're a room of journalists. Every hand should be up because this will be definitional. So first of all, big tech is the problem, not technology. Very different. We don't put big in capital letters in front of industries that are doing good things, right? We have big tobacco, big pharma, et cetera. So big tech is problematic. There are really important antitrust trials that are looking at whether they should break them up. I think too many people, we think, I've been in the digital rights, like press freedom world for a long time, and it just seemed like this pipe dream that we could possibly do anything about it. But actually we can. There are trials underway. So that is the first thing. Train your journalism on these incredibly consequential legal processes happening in the US and the EU where they have the power to divide up the advertising from other lines of business. That will be very important, right? So, more than 89% of Meta and Google's revenue is from digital advertising, and that value is created in part through our work. So secondly, we need to think creatively about how to govern these platforms. So in Canada, instead of comply with a democratically enacted law, Facebook has decided to censor the news. Now, they said that they're unable to comply. Google just yesterday announced that, it won't be able to pay, Google News Initiative, the news publishers that are part of this if this California law passes. No, we need to call it what it is. It's censorship, it's blocking access to particular kinds of information, and it is trying to use its muscle in addition to the propaganda it's putting forth on their platforms, using their lobbying muscle, et cetera, to push back against democratically enacted legislation. So I think one of the most important things we can do is look at big tech platforms in search, in social media, and potentially in foundation models, and governing them as common carriers. Let's look at the past. How have we governed other critical information communication technologies and the media system? Well, in the US, for example, our cable broadcasters are required to carry local broadcasters. Also, they cannot put them on channel 999. Local broadcasters are allowed to ask for the same channel on cable as they have on terrestrial. That's very important, must carry. In Europe, many countries have laws around must carry of linguistic content, cultural content. Let's resurrect this idea of must carry, and this is my idea, let's add a little bit, which is must pay. Must carry
must pay. You cannot be creating foundational models or doing, generative search if you don't have access to quality information. This will degrade the entire information environment. So let's explore, how do we ensure access to adequate information? We cannot allow quality journalism to become a luxury good. 74% of American newsrooms are now behind paywalls. That's not good for democracy, right? We can't say, I'm all for business, innovation, et cetera, but we cannot say that subscriptions and memberships are the only way we're going to be able to get revenue for the industry. We must make information available to the public. And the answer is also not to take all of that information offline so AI crawlers can't read it. No, we need public policy frameworks that require that they compensate in a regulatory framework for use of that content. And they must not be able to say, okay, well, you know what, we'll just use all that, Russian propaganda, all the content farm information, all the synthetic media to train our models, to run our, social media and search. That's not the answer. So we need to get creative. We need to break up their power. These big tech companies are also dominating not just, the things that Paula mentioned, but also the cloud. Cloud is a critical but unfocused element of much of our work, especially for watchdog journalism, data journalism. The way that some of these licensing deals with publishers are taking place include requirements to use these platforms' clouds. So again, they're embedding themselves into our work, into our businesses, and into our editorial strategies. We need to adopt policies that require a separation between those two. So we don't want to bring them in to train us on how to use their latest AI products. Why? Because that will create dependencies on those very products. It will make it much more difficult to make those hard choices about whether to support challenging regulation and licensing legislation and regulation versus maybe you're going to end up losing out on your, the pennies you're getting over here voluntarily. And as you said, Paula, all of these deals are secret. We don't know the terms. We don't know the value. But it's not only that, it's that right now what we're seeing is that the AI companies, they know the value of news. That's why they're creating licensing deals with major media platforms. But how many people in this room, with the exception of the AP, have a licensing deal with an AI company? Okay, because you're all small. You're in global south countries. You're in non-English languages. If we do not approach this as a collaborative effort among the journalism fraternity and the news industry, all those, no offense again to the AP, but all those big news organizations that are making these deals without adequate information and without really understanding their value might end up destroying the rest of us. And we know we live in an ecosystem. We know that local journalism, foreign journalism, multilingual journalism, filters up that we're part of an ecosystem. And so I really would encourage large publishers to figure out, how do we make sure that these deals are going to be beneficial more broadly, and that we need the public policy in place to ensure that that takes place.
Courtney, I want to come back to you, but I want to give Teresa a chance as well to respond. And Teresa, we were together in Warsaw last year, where I was struck in the discussions you had in the meeting over there. Of course, the OSCE is a multilateral forum, and how much the landscape there is dominated by what's happening with Russia and Russia's weaponization of information in various ways, and how much that dominates the discussion. So I'm wondering, is there space within these fora to actually, ensure that that is important, but that is also one symptom, really, of a bigger problem within our information ecosystem, as our other panelists here have demonstrated.
Thank you very much for the question, and also thank you very much, Paula and Courtney, for your very important statements, but precisely because I'm coming from an intergovernmental organization, which means that the political power is there, it's important also to frame our discussion having that in consideration and a geopolitical situation. Because one of the problems for not being restrictive or having regulations regarding the big tech, of course, is, but it will hamper, stifle innovation. It will put our collective West and global South and whatever in a very fragile situation regarding, for example, China. So the geopolitical tension and competition plays an important role in all our discussions. And if we don't have, and if you don't take into consideration all the elements that are poisoning right now, the measures that should be taken, or the positions, or the political will that should be clear regarding the measures that are needed, as we are facing really a very, very, I would say, extreme, detrimental risk for democracy. And this is the problem. We have a geopolitical problem. We can, of course, work, and we should, in different layers. The journalists, the think tanks and academia, the legal layer, but then we have the political layer. And this is the most difficult. And this because it's very much influenced by the geopolitical tension.
Yeah.
So how can we really go beyond this? It's another question, and it's a very difficult one. And you know, one thing that I do remember that in the beginning of Biden administration, there was almost a bipartisan consensus to look at AI, to look at the big tech, to look at Section C. So it was there. 4 years later, what happened? Zero.
Well,
no, not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero. Not zero.
But not
but
enough.
Not enough. And this is the problem. This is the problem. It's back and forth, but it's not really progressing to the point that we would like it to. And one of the issues that I think it's important is really advocacy regarding how it impacts democracy, and to raise awareness that it's not just a problem of business, of technological progress, but it's much more than that. And if we don't fight for that, our democracy will be at risk. And so we have difficult choices to make, but we have to do this kind of exercise and to make these difficult choices. There is no other way. And as you both mentioned, Paula and Courtney, to work at all levels. This is very important. But at the same time, to wrap it in democracy, defense, and security defense. That's the reason why I started by saying, when we look at big tech, when we look at media freedom within big tech, we are thinking about peace and security, we are thinking about democracy, because democracy really is much more linked to peace and security than authoritarian regimes do. So, you know, and this is a kind of discussion we need to link, to connect all the dots, to really make a case, and make a case that can have an impact on everyone. Because what we have today, it's not just a question of having good journalism. Okay, but how to, then we have must carry, must pay, fantastic, but still, we have all the other problems. And the other problems are linked to a kind of a fight between ethos and pathos. We have all the manipulation, all the disinformation, together with journalism. What is going to happen? I'm sure that pathos will prevail. How can we solve this problem? So we have so many problems, so many layers, that's the reason why it's so difficult to cope with it. Because we are in our bubbles, also discussing, okay, I will look at it from the point of view of the sustainability of the media. Fantastic, it's very important. I'm on my bubble of the protection of copyright. Fantastic, very needed. But okay, now it's time to connect the dots. Thank you.
Paula?
Yes, thank you, Teresa, for bringing that aspect, because the geopolitical aspect, because this is, for me, is one big challenge that we face. Sitting at, like being Brazilian, and if you think about an emerging market or our emerging markets, I think AI is perceived as a great opportunity. And of course, we want to take this opportunity. So the conflict between having a regulation that is more strict and creating obstacles to development, to innovation, is huge. And I think we need to address the difference there is when you're talking about the global south in emerging markets and countries where the economies are more consolidated. Because there is a choice to be made that, and to find that balance is not easy, and I'm very much afraid. We are currently in Brazil discussing a AI regulation, a bill, and that tension is there and is constant. And even if you think about the US and Europe, I think that this is a difference that's weaponized all the time. So I've listened more than once, like how many companies you have in the US, because the European Union, Europe has been more efficient in regulating the US, far more efficient. We're talking about American companies. In a country, the US has not been capable of regulating their own companies. The regulation, it's like almost none. You have a specific, but not in the way there should be. And Europe has been more efficient in this regard, and I've heard over and over. So how many companies that have made more than $1 billion you have in the US, and how many of these companies you have in Europe? So this is a debate. And is a debate that's going to put a lot of pressure on regulation processes with different consequences to our markets. So I think we absolutely need to take into account. I also think that the idea of a free internet or freedom of expression is being misused, like there was some sort of conflict with regulation and freedom of speech. Regulation and freedom of expression. This is a narrative that has been built to serve specific interests. We live in a country as Brazil, where platforms haven't been regulated, going through several elections where misinformation played a key role. I would say that not having regulation is what have jeopardized freedom of expression, our democracy. So let's not feed into just this equation. It's quite the opposite. Regulation will guarantee freedom of expression. Regulation is what's going to guarantee our democracies. Let's not allow anyone who has very specific interests to say that regulation equals censorship. It doesn't serve us at all. I just want to make sure I can share with you, I think I see some hope. I said that I wasn't sitting here to announce the end of the world. So I'm currently leading an initiative that's called Journalism Task Force, and it's funded by International Fund for Public Interest Media. And what I'm doing is trying to come up with knowledge that will help us sit at a table in a different position. So I'm currently conducting a research about AI with selected publishers in Brazil. What I'm finding is that, and I'm talking to legacy, digital natives, commercial, NGOs, and I think there's interesting things there. I think one is like, for the first time, I see the digital natives having leverage. Many of them, they know much more about technology than the legacy players. And this is leverage. And I think this is great. And because of that, they can understand better how to position themselves in this negotiation. But what I'm seeing as well is a reloaded process of negotiation, and I think we need to act urgently. Because how does that work? I think that big tech, and now we have a new player, OpenAI, and Microsoft, they will approach the big players as they are doing. And this is a market that is very much under pressure. So the minute your competitor signs an agreement, you're in a disadvantage. So you need to sign an agreement as well. So I heard that the New York Times has spent $1 million suing OpenAI. Who has $1 million to spend on a lawsuit? Only the New York Times. So no one is in a position to go against them. So the minute your competitors sign an agreement, even if you're a big player, you need to sign an agreement as well. And if you're a smaller organization, you're just going to be engaged in these agreements. So the collective approach is key. And we need to understand that even when we think that we have signed good deals individually, we're getting much less than we deserve. If we are able to move collectively, we have better chance of succeeding. It's very hard. It's an industry that is very much under pressure, that is not used to collaborate, because precisely is under pressure, there is need for collaboration right now. And just to conclude this intervention, I think also it's very important for us to have a global perspective. It's also very important for us to consider the specificities of each market. So there is a real risk of retaliation, and we've seen this. We've seen this in Canada. We're seeing with Meta saying that it's not going to renew the agreement on Australia. We're seeing with Google saying that it's going to remove publishers from search in California. So the retaliation is there, and they've learned that they can do it without big consequences. So I think they're feeling very comfortable with this perspective. This sort of retaliation in markets such as Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia would ruin our markets. So when we are discussing regulation, we need to take that into account. Our markets, unfortunately, are not so resilient. So we cannot also discuss regulation bills that will jeopardize our markets. We need to take that into account as well.
So I just wanted to just pick up on something you said there. Paula mentioned what happened in Canada. So what happened in Canada was there was basically a regulation that was passed, and in response to that, Facebook has basically said we're pulling out of news. So that you cannot find news on Facebook any longer.
They're censoring Canadian news.
Yes.
They're not pulling out of
yes,
news.
that's very
Sorry.
important. Yes. So you can understand how when the biggest source of information in a particular geography decides that we will not allow quality information to be distributed, the consequences that may have.
And can you just make observation?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've used the new search from Google. So you like the generative AI search engine now at Google, you don't get links anymore. You got a small text and then you don't necessarily need to go to a website. So you can understand how this might ruin our industry. So you get the information you need, you get on search. You can opt out of that. You can say, I don't want you, Google, to use my material. I don't want you, Google, to use my information. But then you're out of search. You're basically out of the internet. So that's where we stand. I mean, there is a risk. That's the size of the risk that we have.
Courtney?
I mean, and also to that point is like that is detrimental to democracy. Yeah. To be like, hey, we're just not going to be there anymore. And if you look at the data, and again, happy to share a report with anyone who's interested, but zero-click searches, so basically where people don't click through, were already a big issue in search before generative search. Data is showing, even from smaller AI companies or these answer engines, generative search, that even when they include citations and links, it's still a very low click-through rate, which means we've got to get away from this myopic view of value as referral traffic. Same with the news media bargaining codes and search. But I really wanted to plus one Teresa's excellent points about the geopolitics of this, and also just to kind of build the words we use matter. Mm. Another reason we should not be using generative AI to write our stories, right? Because whether you call something pulling out of news, or censorship. And this is, sorry, I'm not like picking on you, but that's a big difference. It's not pulling out of news. They are literally censoring a specific category of information. If we talk about it better, people will understand better. And so similarly with the geopolitics, in the US, this is very present, right? The China scare, that, oh, we've got to be able to innovate. Look at the data. Big tech is less innovative, and innovation has gone down according to facts. If we did better research, look at the facts. The big tech was allowed to merge or acquire with 900 companies since they started, with no restrictions from any competition authorities. Until very recently, now we're realizing the so-called innovation in AI, it's not innovative. OpenAI, Microsoft has a 49% ownership stake in OpenAI. Look, we have a great graph, happy to share it with folks in our AI and public interest report, where we looked at all of these AI startups. They all have major investments from big tech. Big tech, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. It's funny that we kind of like them, even though they're like the old monopolist, but to your point, they hire really nice people. Google and Meta. Those companies are trillion-dollar companies. They are more wealthy and powerful than most governments, right? If they threaten to take out search from a country or shut off Facebook, that will have massive repercussions, and they can do that with impunity. And, yes, I agree that we've completely abdicated as the United States our responsibility to regulate these platforms. However, it's interesting, and I took issue a little bit because problems with big tech power is like the one weird sliver of bipartisan agreement in our incredibly divided and broken Congress. And we've seen regulatory agencies and the Department of Justice under the Biden administration bringing antitrust cases against these companies. We've seen, luckily, the EU trying to do that, but let's be real, you need the US to come in and do it. We've seen efforts by the Federal Trade Commission to look at when you've gotten ill-gotten data and created products from that, like it's happened with Amazon, where I think they violated some children privacy rights. So they not only had to get rid of the data, they also were required to destroy the algorithms that they created from that data. Now that's a powerful punishment. That is also what the New York Times lawsuit is asking or demanding of OpenAI and Microsoft. It seems like it's impossible, but it should be possible, right? We shouldn't cover things also as journalists as if it's so impossible. We should not give in to this acquiescence that innovation only happens with big tech, that competition is going to somehow be detrimental to our national security. And if we keep competing according to the rules and set by these companies that have zero interest in actually upholding democracy, because their only fiduciary responsibility is to their shareholders. Not only are the companies trillion-dollar companies, their founders, all white men, most of them based in Silicon Valley, are also poised to become trillionaires. Okay, if 1 second is 1 million, 32 years is 1 billion. I don't even know how many a trillion is. Like, the scope and scale, we just write B and T, but we don't think about the scope and scale. Let's help our readers and our audiences visualize the power that these companies have. And also, let's be very careful as journalists who we interview and platform in our work to help explain the situation that we're in. Because too often we're quoting think tanks, researchers, lobbyists who are getting big tech funding. Let's really make the effort to find independent voices to help explain what's going on, because otherwise we risk having a very narrow conception. And to your point about freedom of expression and this, that we were so lock in step with the platforms for so long, like, oh, we can't regulate. Oh, we really need Section 230. Like, of course you need immunity from responsibility for what you publish. We are no longer in the startup days of the internet. And thankfully, there are these efforts to re-explore some of these, but we're too slow. And so we have a really, it's not only what is it doing to our industry, but our industry plays a fundamental role in helping the public and frankly politicians as well understand what's happening. Let's platform small businesses, real, tiny innovators, et cetera, as we're trying to understand what's happening and not just parrot and give in to the terminology that they're using without questioning what we should actually be talking about when we talk about innovation, competition, geopolitics.
Thank you. No, and thank you very much for this very passionate and strong statement. It was really interesting. It means that the control of the narratives is within the big tech companies, and this is the problem. And we cannot. So far we did not manage to break it, and that's the problem precisely because, and this what can, in a way, slow down this kind of enthusiasm and continuous, empowerment of the big tech companies. Reputational damages coming from civil society, coming from the communities, coming from citizens. This really can stop because reputational damages is something that is really bad for the big companies. And that's the reason why I think it's important advocacy, it's important to link it to democracy, it's important to show to everyone this is the impact of what the big tech companies are doing. And then the governments will feel much more at ease to regulate.
As you can tell, this is a group of people who are really committed to this subject. And so we could have an entire conference about it. But we do need to wrap up, so I'm going to hand over to Paula.
I'm sorry. Thanks, Khadija. I would like just to make two final remarks. I think that one is we need to understand that the level of private interests, the power of the private interests currently is unprecedented. I don't think that never in history we had such powerful business, not in store, like not oil, not pharmaceutical. It's unprecedented. And it's completely merged into our lives. We need to understand that. It's part of our lives in a way that we cannot opt out. So how can we make them accountable? And it's not about lack of information. We have tons of information. We have whole countries that have suffered. We have kids. We have data on mental health. We have democracies that have been ruined. We have that information. We have proof. And until today, no one has been held accountable. And why? Because the concentration of power is unprecedented. We need to have that clear. So it's a key issue, not only for our industry, for our societies. We cannot have private interests shaping the public debate, period. And we need to be very committed to that. On a more concrete remark, the task force is a global initiative based in Brazil, and the same research I'm conducting in Brazil, I expect to replicate in other countries. I think that we need to build knowledge coming from our markets, our countries, our vision, our needs. So please reach out, because I would like to talk more. And I think that we need to come to build a global vision that comes from the South. I think that this would be a great contribution to the global debate. Thanks.
I just want to conclude by saying, I've been saying this line as well, that never in history we've seen companies as powerful as this. But I've been reading a bit of history recently, and actually, remember the East India Company? We have seen companies as powerful as this, and they've actually they were integral to the construction of empire. And this is what we're seeing. And on that note, we will conclude. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Khadija, Paula, Courtney, and Teresa for your leadership on this issue. Just some information we actually have 4 parallel panel/workshops. So in this room, there's actually been a schedule change. We'll be having our session on cybercrime laws and press freedom. So if you're interested in that discussion, please stay here. Down below in the holiday hall, we have Pivot Under Pressure, How Media Innovate Through Crisis. And then I want to flag in our film screening room, which is downstairs, we have a really interesting and riveting film called Silenced, which is a story of investigative journalism in South Africa, which is being presented by Jeff Wicks of News 24. He'll be there for Q&A. I really encourage you. It's a really interesting story, so please consider that. And finally, we have a side event hosted by the OSCE on gendered hate speech and disinformation, which is also taking place downstairs. So thank you very much, and we're going to get started with the cybercrime panel. No, so there was actually a change. So the online program is correct, but this one, because we had some people.
I like so much their paper.
I know, me too.
Yeah, I know because some people from Brazil didn't write. So now here.
So here is this on cybercrime laws and press freedom. And then downstairs, that one's downstairs. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, hallo. Es geht hier weiter, ja.
Okay.
Gleich weiter.
Bis 1 und dann ist Pause.
Genau, genau. Ja, bis 1. We need to change the... Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and get started, waiting for the slide to change. It's the cyber. Yeah. And I think we have... Yeah. Microphone? I'll go back and tell them when we get started. Yeah. Okay, can I ask everybody to take their seats, please? If you're not staying for this session, if you wouldn't mind sort of leaving, and we do hope that you'll stay with us. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. As mentioned, we have 4 sessions going on, and this one is a really crucial one, actually, because it's something at the heart of discussions about press freedom around the globe. So the role of cybercrime laws, which are quickly becoming a new tool of choice by repressive regimes to crack down on independent journalism. And all of this is taking place in a context in which the UN is considering a new treaty, a new global treaty on cybercrime. So we have here 5 experts who are going to lead us through this discussion. And I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, our Africa Advocacy and Programs lead, Nampilo Simanje, who's going to moderate this session. So you'll be in very good hands. Nampilo, thank you very much for leading this, and I wish everyone a good discussion. Thank you.
Are we good? Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us this afternoon for this panel, which, like Scott mentioned, is focusing on cybercrime laws and their impact on press freedom across the globe. I have a good panel here with me that is going to share insights, and regional perspectives on cybercrime laws and the trends that we have seen, particularly looking at over broad and vague provisions in some of the laws that we have in the different countries and how that is impacting press freedom, but also zoning into the ongoing process of the UN Cybercrime Treaty, and also, just discussing how that will potentially impact press freedom as well, and also some work that has been ongoing around the deliberations and the processes of the UN Cybercrime Treaty. And on that note, allow me to introduce my speakers. And I'll start with Anessa on my immediate left. Anessa Agovic, she's the field coordinator for Bosnia and Herzegovina at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. And next here we have Paul Kimumwe, who is a senior program officer at the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa, CIPESA for short. And next to Paul, we have Alexander Sribnovic. I hope I got that right.
Close, yeah.
Who's also a field coordinator for North Macedonia at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. And next to Alexander, we have Amy Brule, who is the Director of Advocacy at the International Press Institute. And on that note, I would want to kick off the conversation with you, Amy, just to give us a sense of, a global perspective on the issue of cyber crimes, what you have seen in terms of case of digital attacks toward the media outlets and journalists, but also just trends with regard to the regulation of content and content-related and other offenses that are being, regulated by cybercrime laws, and what their potential implications or actual implications have been as far as media freedom is concerned.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nampilo. It's nice to be here. So I think I'm just going to focus my comments first on the kind of the scope of the issue, because cybercrime, can be a quite complex but also a technical policy issue. But the regulatory and legal responses can also be very problematic from a press freedom and human rights standpoint. IPI has documented over the past several years, in particular, an alarming spread of cybercrime laws around the world. These laws are often used to target and punish journalists in many places around the world. These laws are being used to kind of silence critical news and reporting of those in power. And this is part of a wider pattern of lawfare or the weaponization of law against the press. However, the cybercrime, I think, is really kind of a two-sided or multi-sided problem. On the one hand, there is a legitimate need to address real cybercrime with legislation. As cybercrime, is on the rise in many places around the world, and there's and the types of crimes we're seeing are more sophisticated and more difficult to combat. And I think probably others on this panel would speak a bit about that. However, on the other hand, there's a trend by governments to use what is a very legitimate problem to pass and deploy overly broad and vague and sweeping laws that can be and are being used to punish a range of online speech that is often protected under domestic and international law. So to focus just really quickly on the first part of the problem, there has been a well-documented rise in cybercrime and in cyber attacks in recent years.
which includes a whole range of things like distributed denial of service attacks and data theft and the spread of malware and hacking and et cetera. And these crimes are often quite costly for both individuals and organizations and require a lot of technical expertise and resources. DDoS attacks, which are a type of attack that disrupts websites by overwhelming them with traffic, are on the rise globally and are increasing both in complexity and in scale. They also require less technical sophistication and resources to carry out than are necessary to defend against, which creates an advantage for malicious actors. And DDoS attacks, as well as other types of cyber attacks, are increasingly also being used to target media outlets and civil society organizations, and particularly press freedom organizations around the world. And just to mention really quickly, IPI was targeted by a DDoS attack last year for reporting on a string of DDoS attacks against independent media in Hungary. We've also documented an alarming rise of DDoS attacks on media and press freedom groups around the world, including in this region. And then on the other side, we're also seeing more and more governments using what may be the very legitimate problem of real cybercrime to pass broad and vague and repressive laws that can and are being used to target and punish journalists, especially those covering things like corruption, organized crime, and abuses of power. Oftentimes, the laws are enacted also with the aim, the ostensible aim of combating terrorism, the spread of hate speech, religious discrimination, and other forms of harmful speech. But these laws in practice have become kind of sweeping catch-all offenses to punish journalists and whistleblowers and critics. These laws often include very problematic provisions that criminalize things like cyber libel, cyber terrorism, online blasphemy, online hate speech, and content undermining the Constitution. And in many countries, cybercrime laws also now include bans on the publication of so-called fake news. This follows the kind of pandemic-era wave of fake news laws that gave governments more tools and opportunities to censor the media. So in addition to punitive measures that often includes fines and imprisonment, many of these laws also enable governments to block websites and carry out disproportionate state surveillance measures and to confiscate journalistic equipment. I won't take much more time, but just as a really quick example, of how the laws are being applied globally. Numerous journalists in the Philippines have been targeted and charged with the country's vague and overbroad cybercrime laws, including Maria Ressa, Nobel laureate, who was charged with for cyber libel. In Pakistan, scores of journalists have been arrested for violating the 2016 Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, or PECA. And in Nigeria, the Cyber Crimes Act also includes bans on cyber stalking, and that has been used to prosecute and imprison multiple journalists, especially in recent years. So unfortunately, the list of examples is far too long to go into, but I'll stop here so we can hear from others.
Yes, thank you very much, Amy. I think what is important also to take away from your global overview is that indeed digital attacks and cybercrime are real, but at the same time, which has sort of created a need or a justification for regulation, but at the same time we see these regulatory frameworks also being used to actually target journalists and suppress fundamental rights. So I want to move quickly to Alexander and get a sense of the work that the global initiative has been undertaking, but also maybe some broader regional trends that you have noted as far as cybercrimes are concerned.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Strminovsky, as noted. So I'm the field coordinator for Macedonia, and as well as the coordinator for the network of experts for Southeastern Europe. Me and my colleague Nessa represent a truly global organization that active in the field of combating organized crime, organized corruption, and etc., which we like to say for ourselves that we are a networks between networks. The pillar of people working for our organization and hired by our organization and networks are from academia, from civil society sector, and as well, most importantly, from journalism, which my professional background is in that field. So I can speak mostly for our region of work where our organization is active, which I am a part. In Europe concretely, we have offices in Geneva, Vienna, and recently in Berlin. So giving that in mind, and because I originate and I am based in the Balkans, I like to say that this threat of cybercrime, cyber-enabled crime is on the rise globally, but as well in our region. So the global, so this threat to the work of journalism, to the functioning of the states in the region is being noticed by our Global Organized Crime Index from 2023, which noted that the countries from the region, like for example Romania, Albania, and etc., have an average of a risk of 5. And other countries from the region like Macedonia and Montenegro have an average of 5.5 on the scale of risks, which global risk in average it's sincerely more lower than it's in our region, it's 4.55. So not to go into the statistics, but the thing I like to pinpoint with this information of our flagship product is that this concrete region of the world, it's extremely active. Internet, it's a field where it's possible to share information, to gather information, to be active economically, and etc., 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 with the global trends that are happening now. And countries are trying to find a way how to resolve the threats active that endangers the work of the civil society sector as well as journalism and sector. So the trends that we notice in our region will be published soon. We have our risk bulletin publications. Not to give into more details, but the main focal story on the next one, which is out soon in the next couple of days, is concretely on the impact of cybersecurity and cybercrime, cyber-enabled crime in our region. So I will not share much data because it doesn't make sense, but the publication will be up soon. But we can notice that, like for an example, DDoS, malware, ransomware, and all sorts of, and phishing as well, and all sorts of activities are more than present in the region. So, for an example, we have did case studies researches on the incidents, and we can mention some of them. For an example, in the last couple of months, the state authorities' websites in Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, and Serbia were targeted to ransomware attacks, which the states showed a way how to combat it, but then not so effectively in sense of, because, for an example, the site of the government of Macedonia was hacked. The main page of the government was turned into a reselling page of shoes and sportswear. Then we had even more serious notifications of incidents where cyber criminals were freezing assets that the states have, were freezing informations of the citizens, and were freezing and then blackmailing the officials to getting in power the digital tools that are in their disposals. So this is a clear understanding that we all have here, that this trend is active and it's functioning and everything, but to what extent that is going on, as for a journalist, not speaking as a part of my organization that I represent, I have the notions that states in the region have a poor understanding of the crimes. The legal systems are not defined to the narrative that's progressing really fast. And that's why even prevention of the crimes is lacking, because they are not so skillful and efficient combating law enforcement institutions to the level that is needed and to the trend, and perhaps not to mention those situations to be all negative, but if there is better understanding and if there are laws that are translated into this area of effectiveness, then perhaps the threat that we are all facing now could be slightly lower. And maybe the Balkans at some point when this region develops to the needed level will be to the needed average of, let's say, the Americas, like the United States or the Western European countries, or etc. So, for an example, in the period of 2022 and 2023, like only for a year, there is an investigative network called BIRN, which is pretty professional and active in our region in the Balkans. Have noticed that the trend spiked on cybercrime in the region, and there are specific tactics that criminals use, how to use the lack of knowledge of the people working in institutions just by clicking an email or answering SMS that it's from an unknown sender on messengers, on etc. And that spiking in trend will surely, if it's not stopped in the future, will make us a significant problematical area. For example, speaking outside of the material that we worked on, how serious the violations are. Yesterday or the day before that, my family members, not me included, received an SMS, text message from a scammer representing that the government of Macedonia is asking for informations that you will receive help in a state, I don't know how to translate it correctly in English, a state grant for utilities paid, which is total nonsense. But then somebody got in hold of thousands of numbers of citizens in my country. I'm not speaking for the region, only for Macedonia, which then could be told, you know, how serious and how this problem is so deep, it has so deep roots in our region. Not to take so much of the time, perhaps I will speak more deeply into the thematic later on the day.
Yes.
I leave the floor to other speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alexander, for that. I think one of the key takeaways also that I'm getting is this issue around the need for cyber capacity building, which you mentioned, and I think it's quite important also that as we are discussing this issue, we have some thoughts around what should be the way forward and how can we address some of these issues. But I want to move quickly to Paul, and I apologize if you see me looking at you straight through for like 30 seconds or so. It means it's a signal to start slowing down. But yeah, I just want to move to you, Paul, and maybe just to get a sense of what's happening from the African perspective. Amy sort of also gave insights about what's been happening in Nigeria, but maybe if you can go more in depth about cybercrime laws within the African region, what the implications have been also for press freedom.
Thank you. Yeah, Africa is an interesting continent with the 54 countries or 55 countries, depending on how you decide to look at it. And the terrain in terms of the legal and legislative framework is also very interesting. We tend to copy each other. A lot of times it is word for word. What we change is basically the country and address. But most of the laws are really one and the same, depending on, you just change maybe the language and some bit of context with the people, and then so they are the same. And even before we started having these laws on cybercrime and cybersecurity, already there were fears that indeed governments and their other actors were actually doing surveillance on journalists and rights civil actors. And while, as Amy said, that indeed cyber crimes, cases of cyber crimes have increased on the continent and globally, and there is need actually to regulate and provide for how these guys can be arrested and apprehended. The key issue for us, I think, as a continent is how are these laws made? How are they drafted? Are they a consultative process? And then I think there is what they call in legal language the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. We need the law, but then how are these laws made? Are they consultative? And do they provide for protection of the rights of individuals? As again, I'll copy these guys. And most of the laws that we have on the continent are very vague, and they are prone to misinterpretation and misapplication. But also, they do not provide for clear oversight mechanism. For example, I mean, if you are going to conduct surveillance, if you are going to monitor somebody's communication, who you suspect to be a criminal, how are you going to do it? Do you leave everything to the powers of the security officers? Are there mechanisms through which, they should go to court and request for a court order before they can do investigations? No, some of these provisions are not contained within these laws. So they give a lot of power to the security agencies to conduct surveillance and monitoring of communication as they wish. And also they are empowered to go and seize any communication. They can come to your house and grab your laptop because they suspect you to be a criminal. So without any due process. So these are the challenges that we are facing. So the laws are there, but they are so empowering to the security agencies. So there is no way you can oversight some of the activities of these guys. And it becomes a bit challenging, especially. So I will not focus, because it is across the continent. Most of the countries are copying and pasting some of these laws, provision for provision. And so let me focus a little bit on the effects of these practices and these laws. One, they are very chilling on the practice of the media, but also on civil society actors. We did a study 2-3 years ago, but they are very consistent. Every time we speak to our interviews, things haven't changed. So one is the effect on freedom of expression, because this right thrives when people are able to, one, exercise their freedom of expression, they can seek information and without any form of fears. But most of the journalists that we're speaking to have begun practicing self-censorship. And also, we know that journalism, for it to thrive, it's really must get clear and clear-cut sources, especially investigative journalism that we were discussing earlier in the morning. But many of the sources, especially those working in government, previous whistleblowers, are very scared to interact with journalists because, one, they think their communication is being monitored, and even the journalists, people now fear to speak to journalists, especially those who have been identified as investigative reporters. Anytime they see you interacting with the journalists, definitely security agencies will pick interest in your case and they start following you up. So it affects freedom of expression, access to information, because if the media is scared to cover certain kind of stories, then it means the wider public is going to be affected. They will not have access to such kind of information. Number two, family relations. We had a couple of interviewers who said, I think one of them was very specific, said he lost a girlfriend because the police and security agencies had started following the girlfriend because that they identified her as a soft target for him to get him. So they resolved amicably to separate. And it was a very painful experience, but they didn't have anything to do. And then, of course, cost of communication, because as people are trying to buy VPN to bypass all this kind of surveillance mechanism, they have to inject in more money. And on the continent, we don't have very many people who can afford this kind of software to circumvent cybersecurity interventions. And also the cost of freedom of assembly, because we know that social media, internet, and communication had eased on how people are able to mobilize and meet. But now you are always fearful who is going to read your communication, who is accessing your private communication. So it becomes costly because now you have to do the physical movements to reach out to people that you want to meet. So the cost of communication has also become very, very, very high. And the other thing is, beyond the laws, our security agencies have been empowering themselves. In many countries, you find that security agencies have undergone training, mainly by our friends from China, on how to conduct surveillance and communications. We have had incidents where governments have planted software and monitoring equipment in most of the major hotels, especially in the upscale markets, because they know this is where the civil society actors meet to discuss, so they plant surveillance software. This is where journalists meet for workshops or for training, so they have planted. And so there is buying and installing equipment, which is conducting surveillance, but also training their security agencies on how to conduct surveillance. And these are things that you wonder, is it really worth the cost? Why are you engaging in this kind of activities? But basically, they just want to infringe on freedom of expression, people's access to mobilize. And I think, as we've been discussing this morning, it has a wide implication on the democratic practices of given countries, because if people cannot freely communicate, if they can't freely access information, and they can't freely mobilize and assemble, then it becomes very difficult for them even to engage in some of the decision-making processes. So these are some of the things that we've been documenting and not seeing, especially about cyber crimes, cyber laws, and some of the laws are as old as pre-colonial systems, especially in the penal courts, because they criminalize defamation, disinformation, and even in countries where defamation laws have been decriminalized, we find them re-emerging within the cybercrime and cybersecurity laws. For example, in our...
Yeah, maybe you can finish that.
Yes. in many countries, we find that the communication laws, where there are provisions for licensing internet service providers and telecommunication providers, these ISPs and telecom companies are required by law to want to buy and install software that is capable of monitoring private communication. So if you do not buy and install, then they will not renew your license. So even when we are talking to telecommunication providers, they are telling us it is a requirement by government that we are able to buy and install software that will monitor and conduct surveillance on your private communication. So you find yourself in a very difficult situation, because these are companies that you want to engage and ask them why are you conducting this. It is a requirement by law. So I think I can be discussing later what we need to be doing in terms of participating in the legal making processes as versatile actors, how we can challenge some of these laws. Maybe I can stop there for now.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. And I think you brought in quite an interesting angle as well, that in addition to cybercrime laws, being enacted and some of them being vague, we also see that with the increase in digital attacks, there's also this justification by governments to acquire and deploy surveillance tools with limited safeguards and limited oversight mechanisms. That's quite interesting also, I think, to take note of. And I want to narrow this conversation down now to a national perspective. I understand, Anessa, that there is ongoing development of cybercrime law here in Bosnia. Maybe you can take us through that as well. What are the actual provisions and what are some of the concerns around that?
Yeah, thank you. I will correct you a bit, but never mind right now. It is a pleasure here to be today and to actually show maybe from the national perspective, since you're here in Sarajevo, maybe to understand better on what issues do we have, but also on what efforts we're doing, which are not satisfying in the end. As my colleague said, Africa is interesting. I have to say, on the other hand, Bosnia and Herzegovina, besides being interesting, is a bit complex with numerous ministries, even more laws and everything around. It is very hard to understand on the other hand, what challenges we do have, but also what efforts are necessary. As in Africa, you're copying in between on provisions. We also copy from the region, but on the other hand, we are gladly to sign conventions, but we sometimes forget that we need to implement it in practice. So they are even more challenging. In that sense, I will give you on some statistics just to understand on why is it important to have important provisions and why is in the end important to really... on the other hand, so for example, only in 22 in 1 month, there was more than 9 million cybersecurity threats registered in Bosnia, which were usually DDoS attacks coming from Netherlands, Brazil, USA, Russia, Germany, and China. And it is interesting that Council of Ministers and Parliament were also victims of these DDoS attacks. But that was not satisfactory or even enough for the politicians to, I have to say, awaken and see that we need to work on this area, which is poorly regulated. Because if we take into consideration that only in 2017 was the first conference on national level regarding cybersecurity at all, in that year we adopted a decision that we need CERT part, but on that cybersecurity emergency response team. But from 2017 until today, there was like very or even non-steps in actually enabling this team that needs to record this incident and work on this area. So today we had very small and initial steps in founding this team. In the end, on what is the main issue, why didn't we do anything about it? Often politicians blame on each other, so there was shift of governments. We will see what will happen further. In the end, yesterday we had a minister speaking at this conference, so hopefully they made more promises on working in that sense. On the other hand, I have to say that on the national level, we did poorly progressed. But on the end, since we don't have on the law level regulations, we actually need to do something about it. So from the cantonal to national level, in previous period for the last 6 to 8 months, I was part of working group where Ministry of Interior Affairs on the cantonal level formed a working group to address their amendments regarding the law on the public security. Why is this law linked to this? Internet and the whole cybersecurity area is that within this law, the idea was to identify internet as a public space in order to provide at least some founding for the perpetrators of the offenses, in sense of like at least serious threats that are pointed at journalists or activists that were already registered in the country, but also in this canton. Before the forming of this working group, there were attempts in the parliament as well, but also in the cantonal government to point out internet as a public space, which was rejected. So the idea of this ministry was actually to gather around journalists, gather within the media associations, but also press and online media council, with the police, representatives of the ministry, experts in the security, but also of the civil society. The idea was to get through this law and give certain ideas or solutions, so we have at least some kind of consensus that we agree how can we actually have certain, we can say, law to protect people, so not to be used. So this was the main idea of participating people from the media that will be protecting the media in the end. I have to say this working group did a lot of extensive work in the end, but the main issue is actually to point out internet as a public space, and who and how will be later on, like how these offenses will be processed, will they be used against the people who are actually supposed to be protected. In that end, I have to say the ministry was quite open because they enabled the discussion, they provided space, but also they gave opportunity to international organizations to have a saying in sense of like what are the good practices and of course what are the pros and cons. These working group gave their conclusions to the ministry at the moment, but in the end I have to say the atmosphere was there to provide to people to be protected, especially journalists who are doing their job. Specifically I was going from my place in that as a journalist working on the organized crime and corruption, which is not an easy job, as you're aware. And I have to say that for now, we will see will the government accept these amendments in the end. And international community was, of course, in this sense divided, but the main takeaway is that we need something, and we cannot wait for the national level to be resolved because it takes time. It was kind of, I have to say, for the first time that all these actors were included in before drafting in the end this law and sending out to the government. This is an ongoing process, and this was just some kind of example from the local level, and I would say at least a positive process where we had a saying from different points of view. But I have to say that in the end, Bosnia and Herzegovina is countering with different challenges. And from one point of view, I will be quick because you're already looking at me. The lack of strategy, on the other hand, law awareness and the political motivation in sense of to bring out necessary laws, and especially in collaboration with relevant actors as civil society, media, and so on. We have outdated IT infrastructure, but on the other hand, underfunding from our national level, but we have, I have to say, significant international support, but we need more expertise in relevant systems such as judiciary, law enforcement, and in the end, judiciary, both prosecutor's office and the judiciary. I just want to say that within this idea of bringing the law on the local level, at least trying to provide a basis for giving out a criminal offense of a person who misused internet, social media. It had an idea that all law enforcement, that if the amendment of these are adopted, they will go through certain training on understanding, so that in the end this law will not be used wrongly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, you brought some interesting, I think, aspects around the need for public consultations in development of laws and policies. I liked also this emphasis on online safety, because I think one of the challenges that we've had with legislation, particularly in Africa also, is that when policymakers are thinking about cybercrime laws, it's from a perspective of criminalizing conduct, of national security, but very little emphasis on the need for online safety of the people that are interacting on the digital landscape. So I think that's quite important also to take note that for countries that are yet to develop laws, the objective also should be to prioritize online safety. And I just want to shift this conversation now back to you, Amy. You know, we mentioned earlier that there's an ongoing global process around the UN Cybercrime Treaty. Could you just give us a brief in terms of what has been happening with the process, what are the concerns and the potential implications of this treaty on journalism and media freedom in general?
Great, thank you. Yeah, so there's a very troubling global convention that's in the works and being negotiated now by UN member states. It's been going on for a few years, and it is towards the end of the process of being adopted, which the last round of the negotiations are in this summer. In general, I mean, the treaty was first put forward by by Russia and Iran and Venezuela and a group of states with very troubling records on press freedom and internet freedom. And in a lot of ways, the treaty replicates some of the worst domestic laws, cybercrime laws. As it's currently structured, it would probably create a kind of global surveillance dragnet where any country in the world could require another country to facilitate and assist them in investigation of individuals, including across borders. So, for instance, a country could require another country to facilitate real-time surveillance of any person without, currently as structured, without any judicial review or authorization. So this would have really profound impacts, obviously, for journalists in exile. And if adopted, it would also further weaken and undermine, you know, the human rights frameworks that we rely upon. And I think really the UN Cybercrime Treaty is probably emblematic of all of the pressures that the UN system is feeling now and the multilateral system is feeling at the moment. But there are ongoing, I guess, debates about how to ensure that this treaty has some human rights safeguards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much, Amy. And I recall that, you know, as IPI and I think about almost 50 other African organizations, we did make a submission to the UN ad hoc committee around that as well. You know, just raising concerns about the text, you know, the lack of human rights safeguards, the issue of this international cooperation that you mentioned. And so I want to move to Paul to get a sense also of what are you thinking with regard to this UN Cybercrime Treaty, this global treaty, and how it might potentially impact us at a regional level as Africa, in light of also, you know, some of the implications of the national laws that you have mentioned, but also in acknowledgement that we have already in Africa the Malabo Convention, which was adopted in 2014, but only came into effect last year. So what are your thoughts around this global process and how it feeds also into the regional convention and the implications of national laws?
I think it is very troubling, the developments that we are experiencing, because especially for us who are trying to advocate for human rights broadly and definitely internet rights, because most of our advocacy is based on international legal frameworks. So if we are challenging a local national law, we normally make a comparison with the provisions within international framework. So if this treaty passes as it is, then it's going to become very difficult, because again, previously when you are challenging governments on any provisions within the draft legislation, a lot of excuses is that these are international, we need to contextualize and Africanize our laws. Now, if this treaty passes, they will be very happy to say, well, even the global frameworks provide that we must do ABCD. So it's going to be very troubling for us. And yeah, we are worried that until I think the text changes, the differences are quite clear, as Amy has mentioned. it is going to be very troubling because you've just spoken about the Malabo Convention. This was a convention that was passed, as you mentioned, 2014. It needed just 15 member states out of the 55 for it to become effective or come into force. It took about 10 years, 12 years later before Mauritania became the 15th country to ratify the convention so it can be enforced. So 10 years later, so much has happened, and some of the provisions are really redundant. And I think we need to be grateful, I think, for the GDPR, because some of the countries and some of the advocacy mechanisms that we have used at the national level has been to refer to the provisions within the GDPR to ensure that our country's laws and policies that have been drafted around data protection, cybersecurity crime, in conformity with the provisions of the GDPR. So 12 years later, when now the convention has come into force, some of the provisions are really redundant and they're not robust enough. So we are wondering, should we now really push our countries to start implementing the convention when most of the provisions actually, it needs to be amended? And it is a struggle because some of these conventions are passed in good faith, but then because it is within the powers of the states to really make them come into force, it becomes challenging. So and the convention is not already into force, for you as advocates, you really have nothing much to do. But we are suspecting that if the treaty as it is passed, most likely I think African countries will ratify it within maybe the next 5 years, because it speaks to what they really are interested in, going against the key provisions and the things that we've been challenging them against. So it is a bit troubling. And for the Malabo Convention, we really don't know how to deal with it, given that it has been overtaken by events. We don't know whether to push for amendments just as it is coming into force. So it is a bit challenging, and we are struggling how to harmonize our thoughts around that.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I think you raised quite interesting points around the role of civil society and the reliance on international standards and international instruments to influence local processes and to influence policymakers. And I think one key point which is important for the UN Cybercrime Treaty is that if this treaty and its provisions do not have sufficient safeguards, authoritarian states, particularly in Africa, where we've seen already patterns and trends of abusing these laws, might rely on that international instrument to justify local legislation that undermines fundamental rights. And I think that's something important that, at global level, we need to make sure we set a very good standard. Otherwise, at national levels, authoritarian states might rely on that. And I want to close this off by giving Alexander and Anessa the chance to speak also about the Budapest Convention, maybe just reflecting on what its role has been, and maybe whether or not it has been a sufficient mechanism also to influence addressing cybercrime laws at national level.
Well, the term that I heard from our colleague and speaker, to Africanize the laws, perhaps maybe we need to Balkanize the laws and measurements for our region. So my point is that the convention there exists as one form of a mechanism for reducing for vulnerability of cybercrime and cyber-enabled crime in the region. But it's kind of specific when we speak about the Balkans, because we are the countries that are present in the region are different than in other parts of the world, meaning some of them are members of security umbrella organization NATO, and all of them are either members of the European Union or are going through the process. And like, for example, my country, Macedonia, it's in a way between. We are a member of NATO, but then we are struggling to be a part of the European Union. Why I say this? No, because it's a form of a mechanism that combats this threat, in sense of the EU is asking for our countries in the region to harmonize the laws, combating all sorts of types of crimes, including that one we are discussing now. But then countries do have the tendency only to accept documents, which is a regional conclusion, and then not to put them in practice, or not to put them in practice in the need of how it is in the field. And priorly, when I was speaking about the results of the Global Organized Crime Index, we can see that the need is high. We have the legislative and the documents, but then on the end of the day, there is no harmonization, and combating this threat is not put into practice.
I will just again reflect on my own country, and I will say that in the example of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we need to absolutely and necessarily develop on regarding cybersecurity, adopting the cybersecurity strategy. Then we have to provide laws on the organization and on regarding the state level, providing on what are the competences of the country, how to fight against cybercrime, and in the end, capacity building of the personnel. On the other hand, with the Budapest Convention, it provides like collaboration that origin matters, but Bosnia needs to align our legal framework with the Budapest Convention, but certain changes have been made on the entity level, not again on the state level, but our criminal laws and laws regarding criminal procedure do not regulate all the criminal acts that can arise through cyber. On the other hand, we are the only country in the region we don't have a cybersecurity strategy, and the consequences regarding of inadequate approach on the cyber crimes and fighting overall this form, it is showing again that we need to, on the other hand, emphasize the capacity building of the judiciary and the law enforcement, but we need to this prerequisite upfront. As I would just note on one practical example, as new technologies brings a lot of, we can say, opportunities for criminals or perpetrators of the cybercrime. Also, new technologies open up new opportunities to trace these crimes, and the judiciary must be ready as well as law enforcement for these challenges. Lately, as you are aware, we had the decryption of Sky application messages that we, with the support of Europol, we opened up a lot of investigations, and in the specificity of this Sky application in our country, it enrolled a whole new level in sense of drug cartel, which is important at the global level, doing cocaine trafficking from Latin America and Africa towards Western Balkans, in the end going through EU and forwards. And this cartel would not be uncovered, we can say so, if we didn't have, we can say, opportunity to get this Sky application and later on, of course, build upon the cases. But it is important that this drug cartel led by Tito Endino was actually for the last period, according to the prosecutor information that was publicly available, they were actually making their own new secure platform for communication. And they were just a couple steps ahead just to put it in, we can say, working place with the servers that were here within the country and also in the Emirates. So we can imagine that they had this opportunity to make their own communications safe and secure. So how would be ready not only our country, but also countries in the region to fight against such powerful, we can say, criminal groups?
Thank you very much. I'm being reminded here that I think I have like 2 minutes left. But I think in closing, I'm appreciating what the panel has been saying, that indeed cybercrimes are real. Digital attacks are there, including towards the media, towards journalists. And while there is a need, for regulation, for policy frameworks, we also need to ensure that those frameworks do not open up avenues for unlawful surveillance or avenues for undermining of human rights. And I think that would be quite important. And I want to use the last 2 minutes maybe to open up to the floor. If there are any comments, I know that we have, I think, 2 of our colleagues here, Zafa and Hamadu as well, that have done some work around that. So I'll give you maybe each a minute also to just share your insights around that.
Thank you. Stand up for the camera. Yeah, Amy briefly talked about the cybercrime law in Pakistan, which was introduced in 2016. What many people don't know is last week, the government came up with another much more stronger law in the name of a defamation law. And almost all journalists and civil society organizations have described it as a draconian law, which if it is put into force, it will be a death of free speech in the country. Now, what we believe in Pakistan, the journalist fraternity believe, is that terms like cybercrime and cybersecurity are being used to stifle free speech. And this is happening in Pakistan, in India, in Bangladesh, in many African countries, and it will continue to happen. Our campaign has been that if there is a problem, and there are problems, come and talk to us. Come and talk to the stakeholders, and unless you discuss the issues with the stakeholders, it will always be regarded as a move to stifle the press. And today it's one government, tomorrow there will be another government, and it will continue to happen. This is our view, and we will continue to campaign about this.
Thank you very much. I know that Hamadou did a research. Hamadou is at the back there. He did a research also on cybercrime laws in the Sahel region in West Africa. You can briefly tell us also about your findings.
Well, almost the same. What we found, I mean, the way we did was to try and see what the international laws were saying, what was the international standards, African Union laws, African Human Rights Commission, and of course, other international laws, and what the current cybercrime laws were stating. What was interesting is most of the countries we studied, Senegal, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, you would know that, imagine that 3 of them are now under military rule. All of them have some constitutional statements allowing press freedom, stating that freedom of expression, freedom of the press, and so on and so forth. But thanks to these cyber laws, they managed all to sort of withdraw all what was granted to the press in terms of freedom. So I think mostly that's it. Plus, at times, issues that were not probably not directly addressing media issues, but which would affect the media. For instance, internet shutdowns. In all those countries, we have experiences of internet shutdowns, the most recent ones being in Senegal. And of course, also media censorship based on these laws. Based on these laws, the threat to state security, to personal data and things like that, governments would use those laws to somehow stifle press freedom. For the sake of time, maybe I'll just stop there. And if people are interested, the study is available online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can continue the conversation over lunch, but thank you for joining us, and allow me to hand over to Scott, our MC.
Well, a big thank you from my side to all of you, to Nampilo, Anessa, Paul, Alexander, and Amy for taking part in this important discussion about cybercrimes, which unfortunately I imagine will accompany us as press freedom defenders over the next few years as we tackle this issue. So just a couple of announcements. So it's time for lunch. If you're an IPI member, we would invite you to go downstairs to the holiday hall where we're having the IPI General Assembly. We also have a sort of the lunch for IPI members already set up in terms of a buffet downstairs. So if you're an IPI member, go ahead and head downstairs. If you're not an IPI member, we have lunch set up in the sort of transit room right there. And then you're invited to either take your lunch up here, but you can also take it out sort of onto that landing where the umbrella is in the lobby of the hotel. And then, yeah, we'll pick back up around 2:30 again with another set of really important parallel sessions. We have the revenue roadmap, which will be in this room, our panel on investigating war crimes downstairs in the holiday hall. We have a workshop on mental health, which will be taking place in the workshop room, and then the film screening of how to build a truth engine. So thanks so much for being with us this morning, and see all of you this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kao ovako. Ovako.
Ja ću da gledam tamo slobodno. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this panel about local independent newsrooms across the world that are innovating around diverse revenue models and exploring new ways of reaching and engaging audiences. And we have a diverse set of speakers here, newsroom leaders from different parts of the world. We have Juliana Mori from Info Amazonia in Brazil. We have Musikilo Mojid from Premium Times in Nigeria. And we have Esra Karakaya from Karakaya Talks in Germany. And then, of course, this discussion is based on a revenue roadmap. You'll find the hard copies there that has been put together by the Media Innovation Unit headed by Ryan Powell at the International Press Institute. And so, Ryan, I thought that I could start by directly jumping to some case studies, some practical applications of revenue diversification with our newsroom partners here before getting into the ideation, the implementation, and the audience mapping stages that you have articulated in the revenue roadmap. And so maybe, Musikilu, we could start with you. At the Premium Times, you're primarily an investigative outlet, and you are looking at social justice, political, and economic issues. But at the same time, you've been able to forge revenue from a combination of different sources. So there's reader donations, there's sales of specialized publications around real estate and banking sectors. You've been able to galvanize support around subscriptions and also, of course, advertising. And more recently, you've been working with FT Strategies in looking at reader surveys. Could you tell us how this worked? What were you able to understand about audience consumption patterns, their preferences, and have you been able to put any of this into practice yet?
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for coming. One other thing we've been experimenting with is book publishing, which you didn't mention. So, but concerning reader-centered revenue, which we've been experimenting with, that's the latest because we've tried to diversify our incomes, you know, from advertising, book publishing, publishing of special publications, and training as well.
Right.
So, but we think that readers, because for most of those who are familiar with Premium Times journalism, we believe that economic status should not limit people from accessing good journalistic products, content. So we decided that we were not going to put our content behind a paywall.
Right.
And so we now are asking readers. And so we started working with FT Strategies last year about a better understanding of how to implement a reader revenue model. And in fact, we first experimented with it in 2019, but we failed spectacularly. And so we've come around again to do this experiment about what, and we now realize that for it to be successful, you must really understand your audience very well. What kind of content do they need? What are the content that are not readily available elsewhere that they want? You must be able to engage closely with them, make them part of your operation. You must be able to, you know, bring them in as people who can provide feedback, who can engage with your editors and reporters. So we did a survey, you know, working with FT Strategies, which we now have a clear understanding of the kind of content our readers want, the kind of service our readers want. And that's where we are now.
And so you're a bit more advanced in your, you've done a fair bit of audience listening and mapping, and you have certain more defined ideas about the revenue approaches that are working for you. Now, Ryan, we've been doing our own listening and mapping and brainstorming sessions with our newsrooms at Report for the World. And among our 49 partners, we see that different media outlets are at different stages of these 5 phases that you've articulated. Some are recalibrating and trying to understand where they might be able to reach new audiences, and others are already in stages of trying out different revenue models based on services or based on flexible membership, right? And so how can any newsroom anywhere in the world, regardless of their background, because we have a lot of newsrooms that don't necessarily have the media innovation experts in-house, how can they most efficiently use this roadmap? It's a lot of information, and so could you run through those phases and how to use this toolkit?
Absolutely. Thank you, Preeti, and thank you everyone for joining the panel today. So the toolkit, the roadmap was really built to demystify some classical business subjects, questions around management, strategy, technology, revenue, costs, and bring that to a media-first context. You'll see in the roadmap that we've outlined ad-based revenue, we've looked into content-based revenue, we've looked into investment-specific revenue streams, and service-based revenue streams. In each of these revenue types, it's around 30, I believe, we analyzed the value proposition, we looked into the pricing strategy, we looked into the management strategy. For example, would you need to hire someone to take on a sales role in order to deliver an effective, for example, native advertising campaign, or and then finally questions you would ask in a strategy meeting. However, to get into this process, what we found most important was sort of starting with, asking basic questions about, what are the pain points that a media company is solving for at the very moment. And this led us to start thinking through different forms of audience research. Obviously, Musikilo had just been mentioning a few from Premium Times in Nigeria. But around the world, we're seeing media companies deliver and develop multifaceted audience research strategies, up to and including one-on-one interviews, building feedback loops, doing surveys, building technology that can actually create conversations, and within that technology and knowledge management, people are sometimes able to feed off of those conversations and leverage that as information and insight to manage whether it's a business choice or an editorial choice. And some of these sort of classical prototyping and development techniques that are quite effective. So, in short, I could talk all day long about this. You can find it in the copies here, but the idea is to sort of start by asking questions, think about the most relevant information you would need to start answering those questions. This is really kind of classic human design and innovation methodology, but really applied to a media context where small, medium-sized publishers can really learn from, build on, inspire some creativity and some sort of experimental thinking around what might be an opportunity, what might be relevant to your media, to your audience, and with one caveat that we understand very well. Preeti and I have been working with media companies, workshopping around the world. Every market has a different context. Every market has different audience needs. Every market has different business opportunities. We certainly see overlap in certain strategies, right, and processes and methods. But what we want to do here is provide some tools, some inspiration, some discovery opportunities for getting the ball rolling and necessarily adapting that to the context that each media company is operating in.
Right, and Juliana, when you hear Ryan talk about these different phases, some of them probably sound familiar to you, right? At Info Amazonia, you've been sort of recalibrating who your audiences are after 12 years of really establishing an outlet that it was the first to consistently use geospatial analysis and data-driven reporting in the Amazon. Congratulations on that. And I know that you mentioned during our conversations that you're starting to move away from project-based work. What does that look like in practice, and what are some of the new areas where you've started to explore revenue?
Okay. So as you just said, along these 12 years published, we've
constructed a solid reputation based on our consistent narrative of geojournalism and innovation, and this has helped us to survive these 12 years. But we are trying to drive to step further the project-oriented fundings that are the main funding we have all along these 12 years. And we've been trying to look, well, actually in these 12 years, we also diversified our core activities, bringing besides journalism and this kind of very specific geojournalism, also getting characteristics of our activity like building networks and training because we were invited to teach the journalism we are doing. So we did a lot of sometimes voluntary, most of the time voluntary trainings for teaching how to work with geospatial data and environmental data journalism. So right now we are studying models and these two other activities besides journalism have become an important kind of revenue for the organization. So nowadays we are based on a tripod that is like the journalist production, the education, and the network capacity building. And right now we're studying how to make educational and like the educational, not only project-based, but also having revenue directly from the people who are getting this education. And also with events, like directly paid events and training sessions. And also we are thinking on how to make the database we enhance to use in our stories a kind of a revenue. But it gets to something that Ryan just said, that then we have to think of the management of this new product. So we're studying and trying to plan, so this is like really sustainable to make in the medium short
And so
time.
you've started exploring a number of different areas, education, trainings, the database, monetizing that. So in order to deepen your efforts, a natural next step at Report for the World would be to convene these peer-to-peer newsrooms in collaboration with the IPI to look at how newsrooms that might be working on similar forms of revenue or similar verticals, or maybe they're at similar stages of planning and implementing certain tools for these groups to get together and to be able to systemize some of these learnings. And we're here to support those efforts and for the newsroom leaders to go back to their teams and apply the knowledge. And so, Ezra, your team at Karakaya Talks has gone through this experience through the New Media Accelerator, and you've also received support from Wikimedia through a specific grant. So it's been a combination of support in your case as well, right? So maybe you could actually start with your journey, how you set up Karakaya Talks, because it's very specific in its format, and you've tried to engage new audiences and underserved communities in Germany. Could you tell us a bit about the setup?
Sure thing. I want to give it a little bit of context to where we're working. Germany is a country that has a public broadcasting station, and this public broadcasting station is funded by each and every household. And even though 27% of Germany's population is of color, these people are not reflected in these structures that they actually fund. These people are not reflected in the reportings. And this is why we exist, and I kind of want to give this info to kind of show why it's so essential that newsfluencers like the work that we do, but also Milena Borchak, who's also based, partly based in Germany, who does her work, why it's so important that we exist. And what we do at Karakaya Talks is we produce news and talk shows for Gen Zs and millennials of color in Germany, in German. And our business model or revenue model is based on two pillars. One is a membership model, and two is a I would call it branded content, but probably you, Ryan, know best what it's called. I don't know these terms. I just know how it, like, what the workflow looks like.
Right.
Membership, what's interesting is when we started off, there was this big promise of like subscription, that's your thing to do. Memberships, this is how you're gonna sustain yourself. And for 2 years, we've been trying and trying and trying. We did everything, I feel like. We tried so many things and it didn't work out. Yes, we do have a couple of, I think about like 300 monthly paying members, and it's great. We're very grateful for them. But we actually need 1,000 to really cover all of our costs. And after, I think, a certain kind of moment, we realized that it didn't grow anymore. We plateaued. So the assumption that we have is the target groups that we're reaching, they're rather young. They're mostly students or people who are in traineeships, people who don't have a lot of financial freedom. So to kind of go into this specific context and to build a media company based off of subscriptions, that didn't really work for us. Well, at least for 300 paying members is great, but the second business model, branded content, is something that we felt like, okay, this is interesting. What happens or what it looks like is specifically there's NGOs that we work with. We agree on a topic. We do the research, my team and I. We do the production, post-production, the posting, the community management, and they give us a fee for that. This one is a solid one. I think this one we can also probably scale. But in order to be really financially secure, we do want to develop a third one, a third pillar. What that really looks like, I think I will elaborate later on.
Sure. And so you're looking at a combination of different models again. And Ryan, you've curated a few seasons of the New Media Accelerator. And what you're essentially trying to do is support media entrepreneurs who are looking at creative new business models and products that are really transforming the industry, right? And so what was it about Ezra's platform that was interesting or attractive? And also, how did you look at the social media potential that naturally exists because she's reaching, or her team is reaching, audiences on these different social platforms?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there, explain those as well.
Yeah, on the spot. I can remember right back to the jury meeting now when we were exploring the media companies that would end up joining the New Media Incubator that Ezra was a part of. Now, I mean, her application, Karakaya Talks, fulfilled obviously a variety of the criteria that were at hand. Obviously, it was scalable. It was reaching new audiences. They were innovating nonstop. They were, exploring all sorts of different revenue models. She came with a clear pitch. It was, I want to explore my value proposition and think about, different formats. A newsletter was, in fact, the main pitch at the time. I don't want to over-explain it. I think this is Ezra's terrain better than mine, but inevitably, the way they were pushing the status of media technology, how you're engaging audiences, adapting to this new moment in content creation, which is a two-way street. I know that feedback loops may be on the agenda for today, but you can go through all sorts of tools and mechanisms, and the importance of hosting events and getting feedback from your audience on whether it's their behavior and how they use your website, or or opportunities to provide input. But inevitably, social media is where these conversations happen, and to see such a strong project editorially driving and building a community, and one that is growing and growing, was for us the biggest inspiration, of course. And ultimately working with Esther for those 6 months was a real inspiration.
Right, and so having probably a defined community that you knew where they were, both in terms of the digital space, but they're also where they are situated, generally speaking, in Germany, helped you understand them, engage them, and hopefully even shape services around them, right? And that is part of what we've been trying to do at Report for the World. Is it's an ambition we have, is to create, to galvanize communities around critical beats, or in other words, to create more engaged audiences who are active, or who are actively engaging with the issues that our newsrooms are covering through these different beats. So maybe Musikilu, we could talk about the beats that we've been supporting together, whether it's diaspora focused, whether it's social justice focused. Are you seeing that audiences engage differently when there is consistent beat coverage around a theme, And let's take that a step further, and maybe the answer is no, but have you been able to create campaigns or unique membership around these beats? For example, diaspora.
Yeah, you know, we've been working with Report for the World for 3-4 years now.
Yeah, you're the first, you're the part of the original cohort.
Yeah, so, and 2 beats, you know, we're working together on 2 beats: diaspora, coverage, and education and human resource. And if you recall, when we applied, we said diaspora is key to us because of our membership ambition. You know, we have millions of Nigerians abroad. These are perhaps more prosperous because when you look at the remittances that come into Nigeria every year from the diaspora, you know that Nigerians abroad are perhaps better placed than their compatriots back at home. So we now saw, and our surveys have revealed that they have better economic power and they can support journalism back at home because they remain very passionate about what's going on at home. So that's why we started the diaspora beat, and it's been phenomenal, really. We've seen, you know, engagement, a lot of engagement on our WhatsApp platform. You know, a number of them already write for us, they talk to us, they serve as experts to us. So now that we've gotten a number of them in the basket, now that we're going for membership, of course, a lot of them are going to be some of our first patrons, as I said. So that's really working. Then education and human resource. These are young people in school, in universities, in high schools, and people who want to get jobs, who want to change jobs, you know, who want to look for careers, and that alone, because we want to capture the young people, the young audience, in a way to diversify our audiences. So, again, that's working. It has grown our audiences, you know, our readership has grown, and we believe that once our membership takes off, we'll be able to harness all of these audiences into our basket. And already now we are experimenting with donation as a basis. We're experimenting with it so that when we launch, this will be a basis for us to launch our membership full scale. And we can see that these beats are helpful in terms of the donation that we are getting.
And exactly that, based on the success of this beat, we've started to look at our other countries where we operate, for example, India and Brazil, where the diaspora audiences are quite significant, right? And so what types of beats do they support? Which stories do they engage with? And perhaps we can look into more of that, Juliana, in the next phase. And so if I could ask you the same question, how has consistent beat coverage, especially with the specialized reporters that we've been supporting together, that are working on even more specific sub-themes within the Amazon context, how does that impact audience behavior or how they engage with the stories?
Well, since we, in these 12 years, like we had some, lots of years just publishing like very special reports, very special investigations that we were like a year investigating and then publishing 6 stories and things like this. And since 2018, 19, when the Amazon was under a lot of pressure and political threat, we understood we should publish much more often, not only because of the quantity, but also to be able to bring this qualified, in-depth analysis of the region into the public debate much more when it is really being debated. So this has changed a lot of our audience. If before we were in a very specialized audience, made a lot by colleagues, by journalists, and by organizations, civil organizations, so a very specialized audience who...
All right.
It's the air conditioning. Yeah.
And now we are like in a broader audience.
Is that a special fire drill of some sort that I'm not catching on to?
It's crying.
Right, you're just going to have to elevate your voice now.
Okay. So now we are in a much broader audience, but still it's a very niche journalism. So people that are really worried about the forest themes.
All right.
Oh, I can keep.
Okay. Yeah. Right, we were actually just getting to wrap up the session, so I suppose that's our cue, and we're going to
we have another half hour.
Oh, okay. We do, right?
Yeah,
oh,
it's
sorry. Yeah,
3:30,
I got
yeah,
got the hour. Okay, so let's. Can we deal with this somehow?
What's going on?
Huh?
Right. Okay. We'll keep that. We'll try and keep that at bay. I have no control over this. So sorry, I got so perplexed
so
that we're only on half hour at this point, so we have plenty of time left.
Okay, I'll try to complete so the fact that we publish much more now makes the engagement of our audience with our mainly with our website, but of course with social media also. Well, they're much more engaged. The audience is much bigger than it was before, and they're coming back to the website to see what we are talking about the Amazon, what is important to see about social environmental issues, and also we are being able to keep track of the subjects, because before it was like one very special piece, and now we can really like we keep talking about the subject we revealed. So I think it's a much more engaged audience, but at the same time it's much broader, so it brings other challenges.
Sure. And then the next challenge is how to convert those engaged audiences into paid subscribers, right? And so, again, when you listen to these examples, Ryan, you're probably, well, at least I'm reminded of the feedback loops that you encourage among newsrooms to really understand the audiences, the sort of the brand champions or ambassadors, if you will, the engaged communities, the occasional readers. And so how does one strike a balance in this type of inquiry? Because sometimes I see our media partners getting overwhelmed or maybe a bit stagnant in the audience research phase because of being short on resources usually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, audience research, as you'll find in the roadmap, there's no shortage of methodologies that you can apply, especially for younger publishers or those who haven't spent a lot of time building data sets of information about your audience, about people's experience on your websites, on your platforms, reading your magazines. It's really just important to start small. Think about what data is most important for you. And with regards to feedback loops specifically, the idea here is to not only listen to the needs and wants of your users. This can be at the very start, focus groups, right? You find a few readers of your content and you have a conversation with them. But in fact, which would then focus on their behavior, on their interests, how are they navigating your website? How are they landing on the subscription page? What convinces them to subscribe to your newsletter? But it can also very much be an opportunity to build a closer relationship, have them provide feedback, on an input to the content that your outfit is actually creating. In terms of avoiding being too overwhelmed with the content or strapped for resources, it's, like I said, it's just important to start small, start collecting any data. And the important point here is that once you start, you start building larger and larger data sets. You learn more about this information culturally in your newsroom, whether it's your editorial team or your management team. and it will only grow from there, and it will only be more refined in terms of what's actually useful and specific to your outlet. Of course, then you can test, how effective was it? Did it increase usership? Did it stop? Did it increase conversion? Did it stop churn, for example, in a subscription model? But of course, one thing I would just quickly like to reiterate with the roadmap specifically, we do highlight content-specific business models. That is not a relevant model in every part of the world. Building a subscription model is not necessarily the answer to your revenue needs in terms of your ability to engage with your users. Membership is also not necessarily the prescribed, solution. And the whole point of the first half of this roadmap is to think through those methodologies and, ask yourself kind of what does make sense for the market I'm in, for the users that I'm targeting, the different segments of users that I'm targeting, and only then can you really start thinking, strategically and actively about investing resources in a specific revenue type. I just see that, a lot of people start advising companies on building subscription models and membership models, because they built the technology or they think it's interesting, but unfortunately it doesn't work in a lot of places. And it's just really important to know what you're getting into before you do take a leap into a big investment like that. And it's not just an initial investment, but a maintenance cost
Right.
as well.
And so you touched upon two main points here. One is to find the most efficient way of arriving at conclusions about your, or at least defined ideas about who the audiences are, what formats or verticals they engage with the most, what keeps them continuing to consume the content, what stops them, and what turns them into subscribers, right? And so this is part of what we want to do in the next phase, but then you've touched upon another really important element which has been a roadblock for a lot of our newsrooms, which is the economic realities in their countries. So in vast countries like Nigeria or South Africa or India, where less than 20% of the population owns 80% of the wealth, public interest media cannot deliver their mission unless they have inclusive membership, right? And so even in a German context, although it is a relative, it's a different situation, and on a much smaller scale for you because, again, you have a defined community, how do you negotiate with these realities, Ezra, where maybe the audiences that need that information the most are not necessarily the ones who will pay? And what are some of the new revenue models you've started adopting after the New Media Accelerator and some that you've had to abandon? And that's something you point out, Ryan, is like when something's not working, know how to walk away from that. Before you consume all of your energy.
I was just reminded back, I think in 2022, we looked at our members and we did this survey, and we found out that there's a large part of white women who were supporting us financially, which was interesting because we aren't particularly targeting white women in Germany, but because they love our content so much and because they want to support the mission that we do, they became members. So I think this is something that I thought was very interesting. But one of the biggest struggles that we always have with also building business models or like revenue models is the very small resources that we have. Even though we started the program with the newsletter product, we were like, hey, okay, cool, we have these news videos on Instagram and TikTok, and this is great, and we have our subscription model. Let's do newsletter, and we're gonna scale that, and then we're gonna make money with that. That was the assumption.
Right.
And we went in, and by the time we had 1,000 subscribers, it didn't take that much time, but it took a lot of resources. We realized that we would have to take resources out of our core product, put it into newsletter in order to scale that. So then that was our first pivot. We were like, okay, let's go back to our core product and go for branded content. Let's do more branded content. And we did that, but then we were like at the end of December, we were like, okay, listen, this is not working because it looks like these partnerships are diluting our content. It looks like every single video is a partnership thing, and that jeopardizes our authenticity. We have a credibility, that's a currency, right? And this is something that we're putting at risk if we were to continue building more and more partnerships. So then we, pivoted again into looking into B2B models, and we were like, okay, let's do TikTok workshops. This is gonna be the answer. And we actually are doing a TikTok workshop to kind of test it out, like at the end of June. But I think 2 months ago, we were like, no, actually we can't put our resources into B2B again, because it's taking again away the resources from video production. And also what we've been noticing on top is there's an assumption that our news product is getting to the end of its life cycle.
Yeah.
You know, we have an assumption that this particular kind of format is about to die. There's just an inkling. So that means that we're like, okay, we have to innovate, actually go back to the core product. We have to innovate on our core product, redevelop what we're doing, then also on top build a new revenue model. And it's like, it's always so stressful. But I do have to say, working with limited resources, it really pushes us to focus, to be so sharp in our focus. And I think this is what really helped us the last couple of years of not spending too much money into spaces that weren't fruitful, if that makes sense.
Right, and so you're trying to find a platform that will last, an audience that will stick around, partnerships that are ethical, lots of different pivots, right? I mean, it's a complex matrix there. And so I know that you've faced similar challenges, right, especially with partnerships at Info Amazonia, given that you're looking at really critical investigations where you want to be sure that your publishing partners are people that there's no conflict of interest, so that sometimes limits you. And I know you've been eager to talk about the roadblocks and the obstacles, Juliana. I love that you're always pragmatic. You said we've started the exploration. We haven't necessarily arrived at its conclusion point, which is revenue. So if you had to think about a tool or a process or knowledge, or maybe even a specialized staff member in your newsroom, what is it that you feel you need most to be able to advance to your next stage?
I think our main challenge is that our journalism is funded by project-oriented. So it's not a tool, it's not a person, but I think structure, how do you call it? Funding for the structure without being directed to any theme, any duration of project, and having, I forgot the name.
Core funding.
Core funding. Core funding would be like the most important thing for our journalism, not for the educational activities and the networking one. And so we are pursuing this, still looking for grants that are open for that, but also working with some journalism associations in Brazil, the independent ones, to have a fund for journalism as a public service, like from the government and also from companies. So there are two different activities, and we've been involved into that, trying to. It's like what Paula was talking about from big techs funding journalism. But this is directly to journalism, and we think this would be a great way to fund independent journalism as it is, as a public service.
So I know what to look for in the next phase, and it makes sense. Ryan, we've talked about this, that ideally. Sorry to cut you off there, but it just reminded me that the next phase, an ideal next phase of this this effort would be that the accelerator phase is followed by what you're talking about, which is an amount of core funding support for each newsroom, so that you can then use that towards further experimentation and actually implementing. So you need money to make money, right? And so have you, in any capacity at the Premium Times, Musikilu, been able to put money towards such an investment, saying let's invest in an amount of resources, personnel, towards a type of a revenue? Has it worked out, and where would that be if it hasn't happened yet?
Well, I think basically most of our revenue sources I can't say they've worked out remarkably, but they've contributed, bit by bit to our overall revenue pool. So we keep working on them as much as we can. And we are not giving up, we are experimenting. But the problem that we have as a newsroom, as you know, our core project, our core product is our journalism. And we need good journalists, good writers, good editors to produce this content for us. Now, the problem that we are faced, you know, over time, we usually recruit our journalists from schools, from universities, and then we train them, and then, but once they become competent, they get hired by the BBC, they get hired by the Associated Press, by Reuters. We can't compete usually in terms of salaries because they get paid in foreign currency. And then, so every single month, we lose some of our best journalists. That's the worst problem, the problem that we confront. Each time we train journalists, they spend 2 years, 3 years. When they become really competent, the BBC arrives. AP arrives, Reuters arrive, and they sweep them, and then we start all over again. That's a major problem for me and for most of my colleagues in Nigeria, and I think for most of Africa.
And absolutely, we've seen those attrition numbers climb as we expand and as our reporters sort of mature in their own career trajectories. In some sense, we look at that as success for their career trajectories, but not necessarily one for the newsroom, especially when you've invested so many years in cultivating their skills. Yeah. And so just to sort of expand a bit more also on this is tied to economic realities as well, right? The budgets are just not going to be able to compete with the BBCs and the likes. And so, Ryan, we're seeing an increasing number of flexible membership models, right? So, for example, the News Minute in India has done that with dynamic paywalls. I'm reminded of a successful program by the Daily Maverick. I think it's called Mavericks Insider, and they're one of our partners in South Africa, and it actually kept them afloat during the pandemic. Could you talk about this type of sort of inclusive, I guess, flexible membership model where you have a smaller number of audience, but perhaps their audiences for life?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And maybe before I jump into the kind of dynamic paywall and the membership model, specifically to sort of talent management, and I really appreciate that you've brought that up. Talent management in media is half the battle. I know I've spent a lot of time working in Kenya, for example, and you know, every big stage personality can bring their audience from one media to the other without having really any commitment to the news property itself, which is fascinating. And it really speaks to a phenomenon that we're seeing around the world, where, you know, I wouldn't necessarily news influencers might be a term, but big personalities who have a specialty, they have a following. For example, they're climate journalists, and they have built that beat over 10 years, and people go to them because they like them. And brands are now coming up with strategies to, you know, better retain these types of you know, very influential minds and personalities, and build a following that's simultaneously associated with their news property and the individual. So, you know, the Financial Times, I know this is not the most relevant example always, but you know, they're building mini brands, for example, where they'll have their own product suite revolving around an individual journalist. They might have a very specific beat, but this is a strategy, and there's many others out there where brands are figuring out better ways to maintain talent. But of course, if the value proposition of a BBC job and the, you know, potential career development is there, it's tough to battle with that. But to subscriptions to more membership and flexible models, I mean, you know, in the content based revenue types that you'll see in the roadmap, we look through donations, we look through, of course, subscriptions, membership. There's all sorts of strategies where you can, you know, convince people to support your product. Maybe you offer a different suite of products. Maybe it's an extra newsletter or access to a specific event, or, you know, there's ways to kind of package the content you have that convinces people to at least spend more money. Oftentimes, he might be in the room, but a friend from Republik in Switzerland, they've added to their membership page, at the very bottom. So it's not the first thing you see, but you can basically pay whatever you want to become a member. The idea is to be as adaptive as possible, but there's ways to sort of, with user experience design, shape exactly what that page looks like and where you present what information in terms of what they can pay, what the suggested amount is, but then in fact allowing people to be members even for €1 a year for that matter. The idea here is though to build a relationship, to have greater, more committed, more active audiences involved in your product that, just to say that we're, moving to an era where first-party data is becoming more and more valuable, and membership models are another way to feed into that value proposition. I could go on for hours about this, but given the state of platforms and the way that even Substack, right? I'm sure some of you have built Substack newsletters. You do not have access to very valuable user data because this is sitting in wherever Substack's headquarters are. Finding ways to own that data, to use tools that allow you to own that data is super critical. And I would say that fits with this concept of membership and dynamic paywalls. Yeah.
And if someone in the audience wants hours of your time, they can also sign up to the next New Media Accelerator, right? And so again, for the sake of full transparency, what you brought up about talent management, that's something that we would be open to trying at Report for the World to see how we can find different ways around, as you mentioned, branding incentives to make sure that the reporters stay for the full length of the 3 years and that they go on to become news leaders in the future, that they set up even more viable newsrooms, right? And so I wanted to also give the audience a little bit of time for questions that they might have for you. Please.
Very quick one. Is this online?
Yes.
Oh, the report, yes.
Yeah, there's
absolutely.
another slide after this with the QR code.
Yeah, and all of our reports are free resources for anyone in the community, and please feel free to email us with questions if something is not clear, and we'll also have new versions of the report at every season. So.
I think there's somebody.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's one question for. Sorry. Yeah, one question I think is for the Karakaya talks. You mentioned, a partnership with NGOs whereby they provide the content, or anyway. I just wanted to understand, is it really journalism, or is it a service providing? I mean, are you producing content for them in which, we cannot consider it as journalism?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. It is brand and content in terms of and I'm going to give you an example. There's this NGO in Germany, they're called Campact, and they are a petition platform. So their interest is whenever they do a political campaign, they want to, get as much subscribers or people who sign as much people as possible. So what they do is they want people to have more awareness on certain kind of topics. So we talked, for example, on pesticides, how German companies are exporting toxic pesticides to countries outside of the EU. They pay us to do this. We do the research. We do the whole part, the whole journalistic part, and we upload them on our channels. So they pay us to do so. So it's kind of a way of agenda setting. They profit because we, as actors who have high credibility in their respective audiences, we cover a topic that others won't. So we bring a topic to a target audience that others wouldn't do. So this is what they pay us for. So basically, I guess they pay us for the access to that, to our community.
2 questions about this. You do editorially totally independent.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the other one, you advise that this is financed by someone when you publish? Is there any difference when you publish in social media that this is a report that was funded by someone?
I didn't understand the second question.
If there is a disclaimer saying that this is...
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We actually in Germany by law we have to mark everything. We have to mark it, where if we got money from it or not. What was the first question again? Sorry. No,
If you do editorially independent.
Yes, and also I think this is a topic that we often talk about in our team. We often kind of want to set one line of like, okay, these are the companies that we work with, and these are the companies that we don't work with, or the NGOs. And it's really tough to draw these lines, because oftentimes it's more about having that first point of contact and understanding that person. Because to be honest, there could be an NGO that stands for the most amazing things, but if the people that are in there, if we don't vibe with them, yeah, and we don't have to like talk about working together. So I think that's one. And the second part is we really want to, once we kind of go into negotiation, that's part of the negotiation, right? We talk to each other. We tell them, hey, this is how we do. And if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. But that is definitely a way for us to really get money in and pay our people.
Now, you've talked about partnerships with other sort of non-journalistic organizations. We didn't have a chance to touch upon this, but collaborative journalism as a revenue model, which we're trying to do more of among our newsrooms across the Global South, but also to introduce them to global commissioning editors in different parts of the world. But that could be a whole session on its own. But collaborative journalism, of course, is another set of, another way of maintaining revenue. Anyone else with a question? Okay, well, I know that you wanted to finish a bit early, right?
Yeah,
Ryan,
because
you have an announcement.
would love for everyone to stick in the room for just another 10 minutes for another session, very briefly, to showcase some of the Media Innovation Europe project, which is slightly outlined here, but just to present the 4 participating partners in this initiative. So we will invite them on stage in basically just a minute to introduce that project. But
great. Well, then this brings us to the conclusion of this panel. Thank you so much to the speakers and to the audiences.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you so much. So I would love to invite the Media Innovation Europe partners on stage. Wonderful. Hi. So, Darina or Maria, whatever, So, Media Innovation Europe is, you can actually access the homepage through this QR code on my left, but it is a European Union funded project that's really a bold, multi-year initiative designed to stimulate innovation, sustainable business models, to build collaborations and community. And each of the 4 project partners are delivering a series of activities and have really been shaping a lot of dialogue on the state of media in Europe today. This includes candidate countries as well. IPI, leading this consortium, has been able to support, as you had just seen, ESRA, for example, pivoting from business model to business model, creating space for that sort of experimental process. It really is a process. You have to test, you have to build, prototype, but also not over-invest resources and create opportunities to go, say no to things, right? We've found very, very critical when building media businesses, to be able to kill products because they aren't achieving the needs. And sometimes you'll find that, retaining too many products simultaneously is, for especially a small or mid-sized publisher, a very distracting activity. So this is, we basically provide 6-month-long initiatives where across Europe we're able to, help media companies increase paying subscribers, build newsletters, target local audiences better. But it's really just a unique opportunity also to build collaborations with really interesting projects. So that's enough for me for now. But I would just love to hear from everyone else and representing the different projects. Maybe Darina, if you want to start by talking about your work with the MIE.
Hi, and I'm very proud to share a couple of words about what we've been doing. So we've created a media brand and a hackathon, and this year it was the 2nd media hackathon that we've conducted for the European media startups and media initiatives. we were open to anyone who, this year, the first year was more focused on the product, on innovating by using tech. This year we were more focused on sustainability and innovative business models. So the key was to create a project that would that would basically be sustainable, a project or a product, or that would add to this overall sustainability of the media outlet. This year we got 80 applications from across Europe, including not just the European Union, but also outside of EU. And we were privileged to work with journalists and startuppers and media managers from Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia, Italy, Spain, and a lot of Ukraine and a lot of countries. This year, the 3 winners were focusing on both solving the industry problems, but also making it work business-wise. And I think all 3 of them succeeded. One of the winners is a project from Spain focusing on fighting disinformation and creating a bundled product for newsrooms that will help them engage their communities, if they're reader revenue base or audiences, if they're just work through engaging general audiences, through different product solutions, creating a forum, and that direct contact between the reader and the expert, having experts answer readers' questions, and having a platform for that. The other project was the project by European Correspondent. They were trying to solve the ignorance of big media outlets that are covering small countries in Europe and Eastern Europe specifically, not having any knowledge about them, unfortunately, making a lot of mistakes and reporting out of context. While they have actually correspondents in every country, so they can offer a service that would put them in touch directly with the correspondents on the ground, and you can commission articles from them instead of paying for a very pricey service from the media outlets and news services. And then the 3rd winner was actually trying to create a multi-platform, multi-approach publishing house on the investigating crimes,
World of Crime.
across the world. That was the project called World of Crime. They're publishing guides to navigating criminal networks. They are consulting governments, but also publishing a newsletter for the general public, informing them on how to navigate this world. I'm frankly very proud of everything we've done. It was intense 3 days. We had 5 brilliant mentors helping teams to navigate the projects, and I think this year it was extremely obvious that the journey they went through from day 1 to day 3, it's just unbelievable. Some of them started without having anything, not even a kind of a finished concept of what they want to do, and finished with a feasible P&L at the end, and the business model that's working, and the product, and some even the branding. So proud of them. Thank you all for participating. I think we'll be doing it next year as well.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, the broader Media Innovation Europe project was extended, so it will be going on for another 2 years. But yeah, maybe Maya, would you like to introduce Thompson?
Okay, we can hear. Yeah, my name is Maya Vasnikolic. I come from Thompson Media, and as Ryan mentioned, this whole intervention has different aspects, and this is what's really great about it. And one of the things that Thompson took on is support to media to test some innovative ideas. And the way we did it was also, I think, slightly innovative, because we actually pushed our grantees to working with their mentors, develop an idea, a hypothesis they want to test, to validate something that's fairly new in the region here, and then, if depending on the result, implement it. I was thinking about when Ryan said, in 3 minutes, what can we really say in 3 minutes? But okay, I could just say the idea was to help media become more financially resilient and operationally resilient, to open new revenue streams, to actually test the ideas of potential revenue streams, and if they work, capitalize upon it. Think about when it comes to content, what type of content the audience would like, test it, implement it. When it comes to business ideas, how to approach different advertisers with what kind of packages in terms of service and products they can offer. So there was a variety of ideas that has been tested and implemented, and we are quite happy with the results. Some of our grantees were also participating, some of the other panels, like at the Westlon, and the idea was to support not only large media, but rather also mission-led media. So media that don't necessarily can become hugely financially, let's say, sustainable, but whose mission is really relevant, and maybe they operate in very poor economic environments, so we could recognize that as well as a challenge. But we still wanted to support them in order for them to grow and to make better contact with their audience for some potential future, let's say, monetization, although I'm pretty, our region is very poor, so that is also a challenge. But what also I wanted to say is that the word innovation has many meanings. And we found that in some media, innovation is introducing anything new, even if it's a newsletter, even if it's communicating with their audience. While in our other grantees, that was like use of artificial intelligence or using some different new equipment to reach. So that word conveys quite a lot of things, and it's important to remember that different media have different needs, they work in different contexts, and we should allow them this opportunity to grow and to test their ideas and to innovate even in such small steps. So I'm really happy that we will move on with this project in the next year. And I just wanted to add one more thing about it. It's about the methodology. We actually asked media to apply. They applied. We chose 12, some from the region here, but also from Malta, from Hungary, from Czech Republic. And then our mentors actually worked with them on a very intense 2-day event where they will go through their ideas again and create something we called a business growth map. And then the following year, they would implement it. So they worked very closely with the grantees. They helped them develop different ideas. Sometimes those ideas were changing because, as we talked today on many sessions, with validation, it's like you start something, but maybe that doesn't work. You could try something else. And what we actually really wanted is to change the framework of the mindset of the media that we work with, or i.e. their employees, to understand better how this potentially business part of journalism could work. I think maybe that's 3 minutes.
Thank you,
tops.
Maya.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, what's most fascinating is the use of also non-media expertise. You've really brought in some interesting technical capabilities, from consultants to web developers to advise these teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the essence of time, Carla, jump on in.
Hi everyone, my name is Karla Junicic, and I was a project coordinator for the audience engagement journalism grants within Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. So within 2 years, BIRN selected through 2 public calls 20 media outlets from Balkan and Visegrad region, and offered them grants, training, mentorship, and access to digital tool to help them establish relationship with audience and make investigative stories of the audience interest. So BIRN has developed an audience engaged or be engaged tool, which enables journalists to crowdsource data of the audience concern and to analyze them. Within the audience engaged grant scheme, the 20 media outlets developed 5 cross-border stories and 10 individual stories. We trained more than 60 journalists and provided them with mentorship, because each media outlet had a mentor assigned, which clearly proved to be crucial in delivering the project and making their own investigative and community source stories. And throughout the project, we also organized live visits of mentors and media outlets. So mentors were the ones traveling to their newsrooms to mentor them in person. The stories that media outlets developed were absolutely original.
Yeah,
I think
we don't have the slides right now.
Is that ours?
It's
So they dealt with different topics such as selective abortion, long waiting hospital list in Hungary. Then there were 4 media outlets from 4 countries, North Macedonia, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Serbia, collaborating together, crowdsourcing photos and locations from citizens to make a map of illegal landfills. This story proved to be very impactful. Many of the stories were published on Balkan Insight, which is BRN flagship website, and some of our outlets had a chance even to speak in the other media outlets. One of the stories made by Kosovo 2.0 about women victims of revenge porn in Kosovo has already received 2 awards, and one of them is award from the National Association of Journalists for the best story of the year for women empowerment. So as you can see, there has been some remarkable results and progress within our media outlets and within this project. Some of them never had an opportunity to use such a digital tool. Some of them never had the opportunity to collaborate with the other outlet and collaborate cross-borderly. So also the project really yielded some great connections, and I still have one media outlet from Lazarevac, that's a small town next to Belgrade, calling me just to come over and visit them, and they were really grateful about the project. So what is most important about the project is that we witnessed that media outlets are willing to learn new skills and improve the quality of their content and innovate with capacities they have. And seeing them evolve, sometimes even jumping, I would say, from 0 to hero, I think that was the biggest reward you can witness, and this is what matters the most.
Cool.
Can I? I've been waiting for someone to show up from the Media Blend participants because we just finished the hackathon yesterday. And finally someone showed up, so I wanted to introduce you to Emilio, who is seems to be the only remaining Media Blend participants. He represents VATIF, which is the media in Spain trying to take off our anxiety about the future. So they're reporting about tech, culture, climate, in reference to the future and how it's gonna turn out for us. They have quite an interesting business model, but you can talk to Emilio about it. And please take it from here and try to introduce your colleagues. I think you can learn a lot from this crowd, and this crowd can probably learn a lot from you. So I hope you all take advantage of this. And there are a lot of, by the way, media blenders from last year. Apparently, the Mindbox, a team from Romania who won the hackathon last year, have developed their product and have some sort of a boost here where you can check out their product. So that's how far Media Blend takes ideas.
Cool. Thank you so much.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
To the audience, but this was such an amazing experience. I've been in journalism since I was 24, and I've never been in such rewarding conversations with some of the mentors that the Media Blend had for the past few days. And so thank you so much. And I hope to talk to some of you in the next few hours. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That's it for this Media Innovation Europe introduction. We have another, let's say, 8 minutes break, coffee break, and then the AI panel will kick off in the Congress Hall in this room. Thank you much, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we had a satisfying espresso and are ready for what is today's last panel. Not, of course, before another day tomorrow. We're really, really excited to host this very, very prescient subject today. We have some unbelievably smart, analytical speakers on stage today. Oh, Ron, stop it. You know you're... He will prove himself wrong in a matter of minutes, don't you worry. But yeah, you know, artificial intelligence, it's been the subject of everyone's hot interest for not only a year, but most presently since the launch of OpenAI's ChatGPT, very user-friendly. But what we're going to do today is explore exactly some of the use cases, some of the bigger questions, risks, opportunities. And I am leaving the panel now in the hands, trusted hands of Lena Pedersen. She is the senior product manager working often with AI at Schibsted. She's presented some of her products at places like Perugia in the last few weeks and really stunned audiences with the thoroughness and creativity with her approach. Co-moderator will be Ceppo. He is the team lead at Journalism AI. I don't know, I think that speaks for itself. They are honestly one of the really industry leaders in thinking about artificial intelligence and what use cases are developing in independent media around the world. So you will be led through a journey with Ceppo and Lena for the next hour and 15 minutes, and enjoy.
Thank you, and I will start out with some excitement because it has been exciting when it comes to exploring the opportunities that AI offer for the last years in producing journalism faster, more accurate, and make it available and relevant for more people. When it comes to producing journalism faster, many have experimented with using AI to make tools that saves journalists time. How many in this room has recorded an interview and transcribed it after? Yes, you all know it takes hours. You listen, you write, and you listen some more because you didn't get the full sentence. Now we can make a recording into a written version in minutes, and then you can spend the time on making more journalism. You save time to the more important stuff. Another example is translating your journalism into other languages. It's not only a matter of time, it's also a matter of cost. He talks about revenue and cost. You don't have that much money in media companies. Translating it into 10 different languages takes seconds for each article. Think about it, how much more people can take part in your journalism, and how many people in your country does not speak the language that is the majority language. Or you can go globally. When it comes to offering journalism to a wider audience, we have also seen examples of making journalism just as easy available in listening as reading by producing an auto-generated audio file from your written article read by a cloned voice. This means a lot to a small group of people in each country. People with dyslexia who couldn't read the printed papers, suddenly they can take part in journalism, they can take part in democracy. And the younger audience, they don't like articles with 5,000 words, but they prefer maybe audio, listening, but they also, some of them like to read. But if they get a short AI summary, they actually read it, we found. Personalization, the distribution of news by giving the right content to the right person at the right time. This is all good, save time. So it is all good then? Or maybe not? Because the problem is that not only journalists are using AI to produce content faster. It's also done by people who produce misinformation. The internet is overflowing with misinformation. Several reports from scientists in Scandinavia and surveys shows that users want to know how and when we use AI. So today we are both going to look into how all of you and we can use AI to make better journalism faster. We're also going to look into how they can still trust us, that we don't produce misinformation or use misinformation, how we can be transparent with AI usage. So now I'm going to give the word to you, Tsebo. You're going to give an introduction before we will interview the other panelists.
Thank you, Lena. Just to build on from what you've been saying, last year at Journalism AI, we put together a report where we interviewed 105 news organizations around the world, really trying to understand what newsrooms were doing with AI over the past year. And of 90% of those newsrooms that we interviewed used AI in news production, 80% used it in news distribution, and 75% used it in news gathering. And so, based on what Lena was saying, the top two areas where AI has been mostly used with newsrooms, small and large, is across news production and news distribution. But not a lot of newsrooms have figured out how to use AI in news gathering. Another interesting stat from the report was that over 70% of the newsrooms believe that Gen AI does present new opportunities older AI technologies didn't before generative AI came to the fore in 2022. They pointed out to the affordance of Gen AI technologies, such as higher accessibility compared to other AI tech, and lower requirements of technical skills, which is something that we'll also touch on in this conversation. And as much as there are opportunities, there are also, or we must be aware of the risks, as you mentioned, Lena, that this technology brings. We can talk about ethical risks, algorithmic bias, transparency, and of course, misinformation. So we're going to begin in the Global South. Rappler in the Philippines, a trailblazer, and we're going to sort of get to understand from Kevin, as a small newsroom with limited resources in the Global South, what is Rappler's AI strategy and how are you going about implementing AI? And perhaps also talk about the knowledge group you've set up and how that is working.
Yeah, thank you. It's been an honor to be invited here. I don't think Rappler is a trailblazer. We do what we can with what we have, with what limited resource that we have. But yeah, so I think our experience would be more relatable to smaller newsrooms with limited resource. So I represent Rappler's AI working group, which leads our organization's AI strategy. And when we discuss strategy in Rappler, it's almost always, the discussion is almost around two things. So on the defensive side, we always discuss how do we prepare for AI's impact on the news business, on our business. So, and that's very important to us because when you talk AI strategy, it's almost always about what the opportunities are. But at least within our working group, where we were constantly talking about how AI could threaten our business. It's like you don't have to look far. There's a lot of discussions about it already. Gartner said 25% of search would be taken away by generative AI, and then there's how it's going to impact this information, how it's going to flood us with content. So that's a constant point of discussion for us. Our strategy has been really very focused on making our products more distinctive. How it's really been we've been very focused on distinguishing the values that we bring from what AI can bring. So, and then we build communities because relationships are important to us, and that's something AI cannot take away. And on the offensive side, it's more about leveraging AI for us to be able to do more journalism, especially given our limited resource. So there's your usual task that you give the AI for efficiencies. Usually, the easiest one is to to improve your efficiencies with AI. Like just give it that delegate the tasks that we delegate the most boring tasks to AI. We ask our reporters what part of your workflows don't you like to do. Let's try to see if we can automate it. You know, some of them said, oh, we hate doing the TikTok newscast. Something like that. Okay, let's see if we can do that. Can be delegated to AI, and then so that you could focus on the high impact, high value work that that you want to do. So that's kind of one way that we're using AI. It's really how do we get some of the things off the journalist's plate so that they could focus on more high value work. And then we also believe that AI combined with journalistic rigor can have a lot of potential for good. We, you know, there's a lot, you know, if AI is efficient, it's fast, but there's also, you know, people don't always trust it enough to give you accurate information, and we do think people care about content integrity. So that's, I think that's an advantage that we have. So some of the things that we've been trying to play with, we've done with AI. In 2022, we had the elections in the Philippines, and we had like more than 50,000 candidates running for elections. And given we had like less than 50 people in the editorial team, we wouldn't have been able to write a profile for each one. So we did build our own knowledge graph for there. We had the data for all 50,000. We built our knowledge graph for Philippine political dynamics there, and combine that with the AI to generate 50,000 pages. And we wouldn't have been able to do that without our limited resource, but and we're now expanding that knowledge graph further to create more dynamic pages and even to anchor and create our own chatbot. That's hopefully we're thinking we want it to be more anchored than facts, anchored on data that's been curated, vetted by journalists. So yeah, so that's been kind of like our focus.
I want to go back to strategy. And a lot of the time when we talk about strategy, we think that it's a wad of documents that, you know, we've gone through rigorous rounds of debating and trying to put together 100 pages of what a strategy should be like. For small newsrooms, how did you get to where you are today? And how long did that process take from putting together your guidelines to forming your AI strategy?
Yeah, so, okay, so to be honest for Rappler, so we've always seen, so technology has always been a pillar for Rappler. If you ask anyone, if you ask Maria, she'll always tell you, you know, Rappler is built on three pillars: journalism, community, and tech. So we've always been using, you know, trying to find ways where tech can empower our journalism. And to us, we've always just seen AI as just another piece of technology. So we were not actively, at least when we started using it, we were not actively trying to use AI because just for the sake of using AI. There was a problem that we needed solved. There was 50,000 people that we needed to profile. What could we use? What technology can we use to help us with this? It happened to be AI, so we use it. So that's really we were all just starting from a place of need. And I think so the whole journey for us to be where we are actually started with really more, and during the crisis years of Rappler, we had to really lean heavily on data. We had to pivot the company to be, and everybody in Rappler to be more data savvy, to be to be less intimidated with data, to be less intimidated with technology. So we've done a lot of training for our employees to understand data better, to understand, to expose them more to data. And I think it actually started there. It wasn't, you know, a whole training for AI. We were preparing them more to be data savvy at first, and that allowed us to transition them easier into AI eventually. When things got, when ChatGPT got released, there was a lot of hype on the AI, and our journalists were worried at first. And the first thing we did was hold a general assembly with Maria there, our CTO, explaining what AI is. And from then on, we just really have been constantly raising, educating our employees about what AI is and what it can do and what it cannot do. Because a lot of the fear actually, we felt like it was really coming from a place of, they did not understand what AI was. And yeah, so it's really just that. It's a lot of training. It's a lot of preparations before we got there.
I'm going to open up the room for questions for Kevin after I ask him one more question, and then I'll move on to you, Amandas. We learned, or we heard from earlier panels this morning, how Facebook censors news, how Twitter has changed its algorithms over the years. And we've also learned that there are only 3 ways a website can get traffic. And that's through social, that's through search, but also direct. Talk to us about how Rappler built its own social media tool, and how are you countering the declining traffic, and what's been the effect of this on the publication?
Yeah. So that's actually an experiment of Rappler. So if you know anyone in Rappler, you know that we'd never shut up about building communities. So the news business for us has always been not just about information, but the communities around it. And that's also what drew us to social media back then, before it became the toxic phase that it is now. So we wanted to do an experiment with Rappler, and we wanted to build like a safe space for our communities where they could connect with other people, talk about the issues that matter to them, without the toxicity, without manipulation. So if we go into the Rappler app right now, we've really built a chat app on top of the news app, where people could join specific communities around key issues, around for a bunch of topics that they care about. We try to keep it safe with a mix of AI and human moderators, just to make sure the toxicity does not get in. And we also tried to build it on top of Matrix protocol, which is a way to create like a messaging that's secure and decentralized. Our end goal, is for it to be able to bring other newsrooms in who want to build communities with us, who want to connect with our chat app, who wants their audience to be part of the community as well. So essentially, we're trying to build like a digital town square, almost like social media that's managed by journalists, that's governed by our own rules. So yeah, we've only just launched it in January, actually. So we're yet to see results from there. We've been seeing a lot of conversions for us and some increase in direct traffic, but nothing significant yet, given that we've only just launched it and we've been adding to it piece by piece. But yeah, it's been our experiment, and we'll see how it goes.
Great stuff. Do we have any questions from the floor? Nothing? We've got one more. Okay, one more.
Thanks. Courtney Raj from Center for Journalism Liberty. Could you talk about your partnership with OpenAI? And you, I believe, won a competition. Could you tell us about what does that partnership involve? Is there money involved? What sort of training are they doing? What are you getting out of it? What are they getting out of it?
So that was, I think, last year. So we were one of 10 organizations who was part of that grant. So the goal of that was to come up with democratic processes on how to kind of collect input on how AI should be governed. So the goal was not to, kind of think of, or was not to tell OpenAI how AI should be governed, but to help them find ways to scale, to find a way to get that input from users or from people. So how to get, so basically to come up with a deliberative process that's scalable. So we were one of 10 organizations who was given that grant, I think. We came up with a solution around that kind of it's like an AI moderated FGD tool. It's not as advanced as what others in the program was able to build, but that's kind of how we participated in that. So that's what the grant was about.
I think I saw another hand. No? Yes, on that side.
Thank you. I'm Clara Somerova. I actually work as a data privacy lawyer, but I also studied journalism. I've actually followed the way how you create the communities. I think it's built on Matrix protocol, and this is what I'm interested in. How did you select it, the technology, and maybe if you can say what was important for you selecting the technology, because I think it's in terms of the procurement, it's one of the most important thing to make sure it's safe, obviously, for the people. But if you can give us an insight on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so the technology we use there is Matrix protocol. So the way it was, the reason why we've chosen that, if you look at the website actually of Matrix, and we've had the discussion with them, I think it was largely led by Maria also. We really actually connected with their mission of making sure that, of creating communication spaces that are decentralized, so that it's not just, it's not under the influence of control by just one entity up top, so something like that. So you could access these communication channels through any. It's not just locked within just one. For example, just one app. You will be able to access these channels through other means, not just through the Rappler app. Eventually, you will be able to access it through the apps of other news orgs, or even through other apps. So the point of it is really just being able to make sure it's decentralized, and it's able to kind of it's not controlled by a platform or algorithms or what have you. It's merely just it's moderated by community guidelines, but there's no attempts at, there's no platform to manipulate or to kind of control your behavior or something like that. Yeah.
Kevin, one last one. I think another success story from Rappler's AI adoption is generative AI summaries.
Mm-hmm.
Can you quickly talk about that? Where have you seen the successes, the challenges through using generative AI on your platform?
Yeah, so actually summaries one was a really relatively easy execution for us. So we wanted to try out what it would actually do to our website. So if you go to any Rappler article now, you could actually generate 3-point summaries already. It will give you the AI pulls out the salient points of the article. At first, we were kind of, we wanted to check if it's gonna reduce time on site. For example, our initial assumption was maybe, our initial fear was that if we give the reader a 3-point summary of the article already, maybe they won't read the rest of the article anymore. So when we rolled it out, we did notice that instead they were actually staying longer on the article. And I think it's part of the reason that was happening was by design we've made sure that the summarizations were not giving away too much of the article. It was pulling out the salient points, but we designed it for it to just really be teasers of what's in the article. And when they see that what they wanna read in the story is actually there, they actually end up reading more of it. So yeah.
Awesome, thanks, Kevin. Amanda's, I want to look at opportunities from your experience. You don't have any expertise as an AI expert or an AI journalist. You focus on long-form journalism, and you recently, about last year, I came across your piece that looked at rebuilding images of a Palestinian village destroyed by Israel back in 1948. I want to talk about a bit about the planning and the execution of this piece. How did you go about using Midjourney and AI to think about this narrative for the story?
Okay. Is it on?
I think it is.
Okay. See, I can't even figure out how to use a mic. I'm on a panel about AI. So I was in the West Bank last March reporting already on another story about maternal health inequalities when I was approached by my editor at Al Jazeera, with whom I work with semi-regularly, and they asked me if I wanted to come on board for what they called a very ambitious project where to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, or the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their land. They plan to basically recreate a Palestinian village. Now at this stage, all of that was very nebulous. We still had no idea even what village we wanted to try and recreate, given that there are 530 villages in total that were destroyed leading up to 1948 and after. And so we kind of had many discussions while I was still in Ramallah about which village it was going to be, and just completely serendipitously, I had met Muammar Nakla, who is the chief of Watan TV, one of the independent TV stations in Palestine, and he mentioned that his village had been destroyed and the Israelis built Ben Gurion Airport over it. So that sort of irony of Palestinians not being able to fly, but Israelis kind of flying out from an airport that was built on his, ancestral homeland was something that was very striking to us. So we decided to work on that. Now the whole process became quite complex, and it was really a marvel to see how it evolved, because you're kind of starting from a place where the only sort of basic tenet of the project is that we wanted to show and not tell, which it kind of deviates a little bit from the way I usually would report a story, because you're very much visually led, and the sort of the aim of the project, if it was successful, was that we would take readers through this very sort of beautiful, bittersweet journey where they were able to step back in time to the early 1940s and really kind of enter this village, get a real sense of how life was lived. So you really go into the sort of, where did people hang out? Where was the village well? What did people gossip about? What was the local butcher like? And that, is so foreign, I think, to lots of people who work in the industry, because it's so far from being news, right? So how we did that was, in some ways it is traditional reporting. You do have your primary sources, I tracked down these people who actually left the village when they were very young children or teenagers, and spoke to them about their experiences, spoke to second and third generation descendants of the village. We also relied very heavily on other sources, of course, like the Palestinian Land Society, which provided us with maps. And then we also looked at Palestine Remember, which is an excellent resource with all these oral history interviews where people talk for hours and hours about, what life is like. So using all of that, we fed, I had nothing to do with the actual software itself. I didn't even know what Midjourney was. To me, it was sort of like an amorphous creature. Like the more information you feed to the software, the clearer the contours of the story become. So I think I felt quite out of place at first as the journalist on the project, because you kind of think, I have no tech background, I have no idea how you even make these images, or if there were going to be videos. They didn't actually end up being a video, but if there had been. But then actually you kind of see that traditional reporting is key, because you still need all of that attention to detail, the sort of rigor that would go into the project in order for the AI to build these, I thought they were really stunning images of life in the village.
You touched on taking care or paying attention to detail. Can you talk a bit more about how the team paid attention to detail and attention when using AI, and what place does AI have at Al Jazeera?
Okay, so I'll answer the first question first. So I think, like with anything else in journalism, it's about precision. And I think from the very beginning, even though we were getting so much information from both the interviews as well as the secondary sources, that you need to have a place to sort of begin. You can't compromise on veracity. It's not a sort of visual imagining, it's not fiction, right? Like you're trying to replicate what life would have been like as much as possible. So you kind of do that by corroborating sources. And that was actually quite a bit of a headache, because you have, like what seems to me like quite a casual remark in an interview where someone says, oh, I was kind of walking through the village on this day in May when the snipers were firing at me from the hill. And then the editor would come back to me and say, which hill was it? Was it north, south, east, or west? And I said, I don't think the ICC knows that even. Or like she was going to the neighboring village and she was riding on a donkey, and they would ask how many of them rode on a donkey, was she with her siblings? And that's not information that people necessarily have, especially after 75 years, right? Because as we know, memory is slippery. So from the very beginning, we established that we would only visualize things that we knew were for sure fact, or could be corroborated with as much evidence as possible. So one of the things that we had to let go of was I wanted to begin the story in the Bayara, which is the orchard where many people said they have fond memories of it. People fell in love there, and they have fond memories of picking the citrus fruit. Some people even said they hid there in the early days of the Nakba, but we just couldn't proceed with that scene. I really wanted to begin with that because there was so much sort of inconsistency with regard to timelines, right? Some people were still hiding there in July. Some people had fled and we're moving towards Ramallah by May, which is when the State of Israel was established. So when you have these things, you kind of have to work around that and build a narrative in a way where you put fact first, but you don't have to compromise on that kind of narrative storytelling. So I think that's the way in which we took care. The other thing that we also did was when the images were produced, I went back multiple times, much to my embarrassment, to my interviewees, to literally ask them things like, okay, in this image of the home, there is, you said that there's a sort of nook here where you put your blankets. Do you think it's 12 inches by whatever inches? Are the houses really, this far apart? So, and they would be able to tell me that, right? Because they had lived it. And I think for them, it was quite a powerful experience as well to be able to see their sort of memories come to vision in a way that wasn't done before in photographs, because at the time, not many photographs of the village were taken. So I think we really tried our best. In a project like this, I'm sure, if you go to another Palestinian village, someone would say, no, that's not what they wore. But as far as possible, you try and establish the facts, and then the visualization process sets in. And to your second question about whether or not AI is a big part of what they do at Al Jazeera, I mean, because I'm a freelancer, I can't speak, to what they do all the time, but from what I've seen, it would appear that Al Jazeera has done quite a lot of these AI-led stories, especially when it's not, especially when it's an issue that's very complex and it's not just sort of led by one news item. So I saw one actually quite recently on what it's like now, the daily life of a Palestinian person, and that's, as far as I know, something that's produced by the interactive team. So I do think it's a good strategy that can be deployed when you've got this sprawling, unruly topics that people might struggle to, as Lena said, read in 5,000 words, even though actually my article was 16,000 words, and I enjoyed writing every word of it. But people do want the option of being able to see, and it kind of appeals to different audiences who process information differently, so yeah.
Awesome. Again, I'll open up the room for questions. I see a hand already. We can take that, another one there at the back.
Short question. Could you talk about the weaknesses in precision? So you had this oversight of journalists for that purpose. So
the weaknesses, sorry.
Weaknesses in precision.
Weaknesses in precision. I think, well, when it comes to certain things like dates, right? Like if you can't sort of write about it on something happened on a specific day because there's no agreement, whether from Israeli or even Palestinian sources that something happened on a certain day, you can say maybe kind of leave it a bit more open-ended, say around this time something happened, or as I said, if we can't sort of figure out where something specifically was, we just wouldn't use the AI to build it, because to do that would actually be to misinform people about where something was or what had happened at a certain place. You can still talk about it or quote someone as saying that this happened, but whereas I think visualizing it is a completely different thing to do for a news outlet.
I saw another hand at the back, the gentleman over there.
Thanks, Tim. So I hope I won't be overstepping into the role of moderators with this question, but maybe this broaches a topic that maybe you're about to discuss. So the question to Amanda's Ong would be, if at that moment the relevant technology were available to visualize it in the form of video instead of pictures, would you have taken on the project even? And I'm asking because of the second question that maybe to all of you, and maybe you'll discuss it, do you consider the emergence of relatively easy to use technology to generate video, which we've seen over the past months? We've seen Midjourney announce new updates. We've seen other platforms saying, okay, it's very easy to make your own video. Do you see it as a qualitative leap, or do you see it as a menace of a new scale that we are yet to process in our heads and maybe to discuss in future conferences?
Thank you for that question. I was actually thinking about the video aspect of things, and obviously as a tech troglodyte, I would have been really thrilled to see a video. I think it also depends realistically on what your the timeline that you're working with. We started in March, right? Like the anniversary of the Nakba is in May, so that didn't really leave a lot of time to kind of go back and forth and ask people. But absolutely, I think and I'm working with a very busy news team at that point in time, so I'm sure all of them would have agreed that if we had the time, we would have loved to delve into video. And I think ideally it would have looked like you could actually go into the website, click on the article, and people could enter a home or kind of take a walk through the village, and that would have been really, I think that would have really been the ideal sort of outcome for the project. And yeah, like who knows? I think as we will touch on later, I think that there are other use cases for video and AI. I would love to see how that turns out in other sort of remakings of scenes that have happened and sort of recreating them. So yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. I think that's a good time to segue to the Global North. Lina?
Yes, thank you, Amandus, for a really inspiring journalistic piece made by the help of AI. And we're gonna move over to you, Ron. You mentioned this morning that you've been making these kind of stories without AI, I assume, since 1846.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we were using AI back then too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, but being in this business for so long, you should think that you would stick to old methods. There's a lot of legacy. Mm-hmm. But actually, in 2014, you were experimenting with automated text stories from structured sets of data. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder, when you've been in this business for so long, why do you think you were able to experiment at such an early stage? None of us was even speaking about AI in media when you started with this.
Right. Yeah, so just point of clarification, so I was not at the AP when they actually started. I've only been here about 5 years, nor was I back in 1848. Not
46.
That old. Yeah. Just to clarify, I'm old, but not that old. So I think, one, it had to do with the business model of the AP. The AP, like Reuters and AFP, provides content for other news outlets. And so the AP started using, AI to automate the task of corporate earnings, right? And I don't know if you guys have done corporate earnings, but I would rather go to the dentist like every day than do like corporate earnings. And so it allowed them to do this really, it's an important thing that customers wanted, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of resources. So it freed up people on the business news desk to go and write more enterprise stories about the business community, rather than having all of those people sitting there doing corporate earnings. So we could supply that to customers and members, as well as the enterprise stuff. So it was kind of built out of necessity. And again, it all boils down to, I think because of AP's business model, that it just made sense to actually use AI even back then. Yeah.
And you haven't stopped with that. You use AI to a lot of things in your news production. And I know there are small media businesses there, and it could be good just to get some examples on how you use it in your news production.
So yeah, and I think this applies across the board. Some of the things that have already been discussed. We use AI for news gathering, for news production, and news distribution. So the way that members and customers actually access like our archives is to go in and you search for keywords, and you then hope that you get the right keywords based on the metadata. But using AI tools, it allows them to find things quicker. So if I say show, Fidel Castro smoking a cigarette standing on the beach, it pops up, right? And so it's just easier for you to use natural language to find things in the archives than it has been in the past. So that's helped with customers. We've also have we also used tools for news gathering. And like we had a project that had like 20,000 documents, right? And there's absolutely no way that, I don't care how many people you have, you can read through 20,000 documents. But it allowed us to go through there. It did entity extractions, pulled out names, all of those different things, and then you could do linkages among the folks. So it really helped with scanning all of that information that back in the old days, the 1846 on days, you would have to go through those documents individually. And then we also provide these services to some of our members. Right now, we have a pilot project with like 15 newsrooms, and we're doing everything from using AI to do real-time transcriptions, to translations, to a number of other things with 15 newsrooms in the U.S. And the last thing is because part of my job, you may have noticed I have like a really long title. And part of my job with partnerships is not just partnering with other news outlets, but also working with some of these new startups to test out their products, to see how we might use that in our news gathering and in particularly, because that's one of my goals is I think that journalism, while we've changed how we produce the news, our news gathering process, it's still pretty much the way it has been since we were carving things in stone. It's a little bit more advanced than that, but still trying to modernize the news gathering process too and make that easier for us and our customers.
And as we heard here, Associated Press, we know you are a big company and there's a lot of small companies. And you mentioned the collaboration, and I know you also support local newsrooms.
Yes.
Is that the same project that you mentioned, or is that something else?
Well, that's part of the same thing, that when we support these local newsrooms, you know, we're looking for things that help them as well. You know, as some of these members have been hollowed out, they're looking for us for even more things now. Everything from data distribution to just partnering to produce, investigations, to developing these tools to help them do the same quality of journalism that they've traditionally done with fewer staff.
So who can be part of this? Who can join you if you're a small newsroom? How can you benefit from?
Sure. So the easiest way would be to slip me like $100, and I'll hook you up. No, seriously. I think so. For AP members in the U.S., it's a service that we will provide to them. We can't do it to all of them because we've got a large number of them, but we have just do outreach and talk to the various folks who want to try these news, because not everybody wants to, right? And so that's the way that we work with local news outlets in the U.S. So far, we haven't done anything abroad. Those conversations are in the works because we have a number of clients. I mean, overall, the AP has about 15,000 clients around the world. So we are talking to other folks in the global south, global north, about things that we might be able to do with some of these tools that we're both developing internally as well as working with some of the startups that I just mentioned.
Yeah, it seems like we're going to speak a bit more about trust later on. That
Yes.
There is a business opportunity here. But
Yes.
we can come back to that. I also want to ask you a question about investigating journalism, because I think that's very close to your heart as well.
Yes.
You're headed investigation journalism in Associated Press as well. That's why you have such a long title.
Right.
Could you tell us a bit about how you use AI to make more impactful investigative journalism?
And this is one of the things I just mentioned before, is that we use a number of tools to like examine big stacks of documents that have unstructured data in it, because that's been like the holy grail of things for years, right? Like I can put things into an Excel spreadsheet and I can add it, subtract it, and sort it, but give me a big data dump and it's really hard to figure out what's actually in it. And so that's where some of the tools that we have now allow us to do. Again, we just finished this big policing project that took 3 years and about 200 people working on it with partners. But a large part of that was actually utilizing these tools to examine, you know, the 20,000 documents that we had for the project. And also, you know, we're working with companies that combine like satellite imagery and utilize AI tools to do better analysis. In some of our forensic, some of our OSINT work, we're using tools there too. And then there's a little Canadian company that we work with that scours social media for potential news alerts, that things that you can try and get alerts yourself for when things might pop up on social that you might want to take a look at, but this automates that process. And so it allows us to look for things that, hey, you know what, we might want to dig deeper into that.
Great, thank you. Is there any questions for Ron? Back there? And in the front there?
I can barely see because I feel like I'm being interrogated with the
I will
light.
stand up
shining.
then.
Right. I'll tell you everything.
Yeah, thank you. So I was wondering, you said some of the companies want to use AI, but not all of them. I was wondering what would make them want to use AI, what drives them to use the one who want.
Mm-hmm.
And also when they start the whole process, which are the clash points with technology? Where do things go really good and where do things go really bad sometimes?
Sure. So why some people might be resistant, I mean, part of it boils down to labor. I think that there are, and by the way, when I say this, that in no way am I anti-labor. Prior to going into management, I've always been in a union and I support unions. I come from a union family, so just want to be clear on that. I think that, you know, the fear of loss of jobs, that people think that, well, if we do this, then they'll just replace us. So if we can automate this thing, that means 2 people that I don't have to pay. So I think there's some resistance there from some entities because they do fear the loss of jobs. So that's the biggest things. I think others embrace it because they understand that, look, if, like, for instance, I want to do more investigative reporting, but I got to cover this thing. I got to cover city council. I got to cover, you know, the school boards. I got to cover whatever. And I got to do the local earnings reports. But if I could automate that, then it frees me up to let reporters do these other things. So I think that's what attracts some of the media outlets too. And I'm sorry, what was the third part of your question about something about flashpoints?
Yeah, flashpoints.
Okay.
When it's easy for them to go with technology and when it's hard.
Right. Well, I think those 2 things that I just mentioned, I think it's easier for them to go with technology when you can make the case that it's a complement to what you're doing and not a replacement for people, and that it actually frees those people up to do more deeper dives and original and unique things, because that's what, you know, draws people to your sites is original, unique reporting. But if we can automate some of these tasks that take up a lot of time and resources, then we have time to do more resources. And again, I think the big thing for some of the resistance is that it's about being replaced. People read a lot of things about, well, AI will replace all of these jobs, and then, it'll just write the paper, or it'll just do the newscast itself, and so I don't need 2 anchors. Maybe I need 1 anchor. Maybe I don't need any anchors. So that's it's that fear. And we just have to get people past that fear and show them that this is the way that these things can be utilized. And at the end of the day, I think we have to just let people understand that these are just tools, right? These are tools. It's not like Skynet and the Terminator. It's not going to take over and enslave humans, and one of us has to go back in time and fight the thing and then fix the future. That's not going to happen, right? I promise you that won't happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Ron.
Sure.
We are moving over to, now we had one more question. Sorry.
How deep are you using AI in creative writing? For example, I imagine you may be experimenting, asking AI to write political commentary.
No. So a couple of things. No, we are not asking AI to write anything. Just a point of clarification, AP doesn't do commentary at all, so we have no commentary, all right? But we do not let reporters use AI to actually write stories. That is not something that we are even considering at this point. People can experiment with it and see, test it out, give it a test drive, but we are not allowing anyone to write anything that goes out over the wire, as we call it. There is no wire anymore, but over the wire, and that ends up in the hands of customers. We're not doing that.
And that's a good bridge to the next topic within this panel, trust.
Right.
Because that's very important. And Espen Egil Hansen, you had leader roles in some of the biggest newspapers in Norway before you decided to start your own company. And among many roles, you are chairman for a Norwegian startup that aims to help journalists and media companies to, among other things, fact-check their stories. Factiverse, first of all, why do we need a tool like Factiverse?
Well, the keyword is, of course, trust.
Yeah.
And if I could start on a personal level with trust, because it's a little emotional for me to be here in this city and in this building, because I started my career as a press photographer, and I was here in 1990 when the war broke out. And being an eyewitness to the atrocity of war, waking up in the morning, going out in the streets outside this hotel, seeing dead people for the first time, seeing children dislocated from their parents, and even more, talking to people and hearing their stories about how they say, we don't understand what's happening because we used to trust our neighbors. We were married, families across religions and so on. And now within weeks and days, this is all dissolving, trust. This has been with me in my career as an editor. I really believe that trust is the foundation of any society, especially a democracy, and that we, the press, have a very specific part in that. That must be the core of our mission, and now Factiverse. So yes, I've been an editor, and this startup, that is actually not a startup anymore because it started in 2016, long before OpenAI, and not so many people were talking about AI in the press at that point, except in AP and very few companies. but the Indian professor, data scientist Vinay Sethi, and Maria Amelie, journalist, refugee from Russia, both had felt the problem of disinformation very personally. Vinay set out on the mission, it must be possible to use machine learning to fact check. No, to automate some of the work we do as journalists. So this is the basis of Factiverse, and I'll just explain what happens when you, as a journalist, when you write in our tool, in real time, Factiverse will analyze your text, and it will find, let's just simplify and say, trusted sources that either support the claim in a sentence or dispute it, or it will tell that this is a mixed bag. They are both. And then, most importantly, it will show you these sources. So you actually can do your job as a journalist and go and check them if you want, or you can take the chance. You can take the chance. You can do as you always, I know this field better than any, and I'll just do it. But at least here, you'll get a warning. You'll get sources. So behind this very advanced a set of machine learning tools and approaches, some of them IP protected. So we will train our database, let's just simplify and say that, on sources like all fact-checking that is done in the world, we update every day. So if very clearly there is a fact-checking organization that has checked your claim, we have it. The largest scientific paper basis is in there. Great news organizations is in there, and more factual sets like statistics and so on. And also you can plug in your own data set. So I would imagine that AP would have a very good archive, and maybe you want to know that if a journalist before has actually disputed a claim and so on. So this is what we do. Several products. There's an editor. There's a ChatGPT plugin if you feel a little uncertain on the results you get on the ChatGPT. Try to install that plugin from the OpenAI App Store, and it will analyze the results you get there, and it's quite interesting.
And who is a typical user, or call it customer? And when in the process do you see that it's mostly used to fact check?
Our vision and mission was to help journalists, and this is also the ones that are most curious and actually use our product today. It is early on. We are going from being, I would say, a research project that has been going on for years to being products now. However, interesting enough, who is really, really interested in this? Finance. So it seems like a lot of journalists, they say, fact-checking, that's what I do. I don't want to use tools for that. Very skeptical. However, if you really make or break millions every day, it seems like you have a very clear interest in getting the facts right. So the greatest interest we see from the financial business, and we will probably go that way also. But where we have, where we want to be is in journalism.
What is your strategy to get more people to use you within journalism then?
So just now we are approaching advanced media companies, let's call it that. So we know we have to be good enough for the very best, so we are trying to make some cooperations there. And getting it from a research project and get real customers and real users that feel the pain every day. So we are signing on companies now. We have a few CMS, content management systems, so it's integrated. So we think that's important. You can all go to Factiverse.no and try the editor, but we also know that if we want to be really useful, it has to be within your daily work, in the tools that you use every day. So that's our focus just now.
Yeah, and let's speak a bit more about that, because when it comes to trust, as I mentioned, Service says that we need to be transparent about how we use AI, and we need to be transparent in how we have checked our facts. And how do you see Factiverse play a role building trust through transparency for media business? Not only Factiverse, but other tools. I know there is another company here too that is in the same business.
I think when it comes to journalism, I think a keyword is accuracy, but also nuances. I think that's one of the big problems for us, that we try to find the one and only truth, or we try to say this is it. But if you cover the war in Sarajevo, you know, it's a very nuanced picture. Or another example, look at journalism on windmills 10 years ago. It was all, you know, this super good, it's all green, it was just like almost hallelujah. But we now know it's also more mixed. There are environmental issues connected to that, and so on and so on. And this is where we try to help, sort of getting to the more nuanced sources more effective. And remember, not much have happened in fact-checking since the Google search. That was a revolution, right? Suddenly we could search, and you get a lot of links, and it was a revolution. But to be honest, it's not very good today. And being more pointed on what kind of sources you need, more trusted, more nuances, I think to automate that will help journalists create pieces of journalism that is easier to relate to because they are more nuanced. So accuracy, yes, that's obvious. We have to take correct if there is a mistake, and we do mistakes every day. But personally, I think this point of nuances is as important.
Thank you. I see a question from the audience, so let's give the word. Please say who you are and where you come from.
My name is Jan Lublinsky. I work for DW Academy, so International Media Development, under the roof of Deutsche Welle. But in my earlier life, 10 years ago, I was a reporter. I worked for German magazines, and I had fact-checkers at my side, who then, of course, gave me a pain. And of course, after publishing, I was always glad I had them. But they worked on two dimensions. The one dimension was the one you described, the details and the checking of every, did I spell the names right, and did I get the dates and all this. This is, you describe well how you can automate this. But then there was another dimension to fact-checking, which was the contextual checking, which was often done by interviewing other experts on whether I got the perspective right, or whether my perspective was acceptable. So that kind of contextual checking of whether my view on things was acceptable, or whether there were just a few people contradicting me. The question is, do you see AI in this as well, or would you say this is something that must be restricted to human judgment?
No, I absolutely see AI as part of context, and what a great question. So the context is everything when it comes when it comes to accuracy. So, and it's also the most important part when it comes to AI. Because you need, if you just take a sentence, you need to understand the context of that, and to check it, you have to determine if it's check-worthy. A very simple example. If we say Bosnia-Herzegovina is the most beautiful country in the world, it's subjective, right? If we say that Norway has the highest tax level in the world, it is actually possible to check. That is, and behind that, to check that with AI, it's incredible difficult. So I do believe it is possible. I, by the way, think Factiverse is the company in the world that has come the furthest on context in text. So that's one of our great assets. I think it's a long way to go, but I think it is doable. I'm very optimistic, and it will help us.
One other question here.
My name is Dan Tapalaga. I'm a journalist from Romania. I'm also co-founder of a news website in my country, and I'm obviously concerned about the using of AI. Fully agree that the AI is a tool. An efficient tool in the hand of journalists makes us more efficient, translating, reading documents, and so far. But my question to all of you is, how can we use AI in such a way to convince the younger generation, for example, because we are taking a look all the time to younger generation, what they are their habits, how they consume media, not to use AI in order to generate news, because we know that the younger generation, for example, are using AI for everything, for writing homeworks, for doing a lot, and even for searching for news. And this is a tricky point when it's possible to have a public who is coming from the back using directly AI in reading the news.
We have 3 minutes left.
Okay.
So your question is,
how can we use AI in such a manner not to destroy our business, and the new generation will not need any more G4 Media or AP or your websites, because the AI will generate news for them? Thank you.
Is it me? Question, yes? Okay. Yeah. So we must use our good judgment. So AI is a set of many technologies and tools, very many, and can be approached in so many ways. So at least we cannot say we will not use AI. I think then we have lost. So we must use it, in my opinion, to strengthen journalism, to strengthen to be unique, to strengthen to be accurate. And AI is actually very well, very good at that if used as a tool. And I think when it comes to young people and everyone, we have to educate the difference between synthetic media made by machines, and the only way we can do that is to show what we do, be transparent on what we do, use AI where it helps us, but show how unique we are in our fact-checking and in our approach in ethics and so on. I see no other way.
Right. Thank you. The time is over for this panel. I don't think we have time to summarize, but thank you all for attending, and thank you for so much useful insights that you shared today.
Thank you for moderating. Awesome.
Thank you for moderating.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Chepo.
Sorry.
There are buses waiting outside to bring us to the Bosnia and Herzegovina Broadcasting Corporation. We'll be holding a reception there. To return to the hotel, there will be 2 separate buses, one leaving from the BHRT at 7:30 and one at 8. So there will be 2 options to come back. You can use the buses, of course, but they will be waiting for you outside over the next 10 minutes.